Good morning and welcome to the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors meeting for May 28, 2019. We'll be going to closed session. Madam Clerk.
Item number 1, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D1, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, Angela Farmer v. County of Calaveras, U.S. D.C., Eastern District of California, case number 1:18-CV-00009-DAD-SAB.
Any public comment? Seeing none, moving to item 2.
Item number 2, conference with real property negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8, instruction to negotiator regarding potential purchase, price, and terms of payment for the following property affected by the Lime Creek Road over Youngs Creek Bridge Replacement Project. Agency negotiator, Bender Rosenthal, Incorporated, negotiating party and respective property, APN Russell P. Stevens, as to APN number 046-017-113.
Public comment? Seeing none, moving on.
Item number 3, conference with labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code 54957.6, County Designated Labor Negotiator Judy Hawkins regarding employee organization, Calaveras County Sheriff's Management Unit.
Public comment? Seeing none.
Item number 4, conference with labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code 54957.6, closed session with County Designated Labor Negotiator Judy Hawkins regarding employee organization, Calaveras County Public Safety Employees Association.
Public comment? Seeing none.
Item number 5, conference with labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, closed session with County Designated Labor Negotiator Judy Hawkins regarding employee organization, Calaveras County Deputy Sheriff's Association.
Public comment? Seeing none, we'll move to closed session. Good morning and welcome to the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors meeting for May 28, 2019. I'd like to welcome you all, and if you are able, will you please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Allende, I believe it's your 18th birthday. Will you please lead us today?
Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well done, Mateo, and welcome to the voting age. We'd like to begin with any announcements from the board members. Supervisor Mills.
I have 2 items. CAL FIRE will be doing an open house in Altaville from 1 to 4 this coming Saturday regarding wildfire protection and defensible space, and PG&E will be doing an open house at Frogtown on Monday from 6 to 8 p.m. for those that are concerned about power safety shutoffs. So if you want to talk to PG&E directly, you'll have an opportunity to do that at the Frogateria on Monday. Thank you.
Announcements from staff? Seeing none, we will report out on the closed session. Megan or Robin?
Item number 1, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D1, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, Angela Farmer v. County of Calaveras, U.S. D.C., Eastern District of California, case number 1:18-CV-00009-DAD-SAB. On a motion by Supervisor Toffanelli and a second on Supervisor Stopper, a unanimous vote to execute a settlement agreement in the amount of $60,000 with a full release and waiver of costs. Okay. Item number 2, conference with real property negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8, instruction to negotiator regarding potential purchase price and terms of payment for the following property affected by the Lime Creek Road over Youngs Creek Bridge Replacement Project. Agency negotiator, Bender Rosenthal, Incorporated, negotiating party and respective property, APN Russell P. Stevens, as to APN number 046-017-113. No reportable action taken. Item number 3, conference with labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code 54957.6, County Designated Labor Negotiator Judy Hawkins regarding employee organization, Calaveras County Sheriff's Management Unit. Board action, no reportable action taken. Item number 4, conference with labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code 54957.6, closed session with county designated labor negotiator Judy Hawkins regarding employee organization Calaveras County Public Safety Employees Association. No reportable action taken. Item number 5, conference with labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code 54957.6, closed session with county designated labor negotiator Judy Hawkins regarding employee organization Calaveras County Deputy Association. No reportable action taken.
Thank you very much. If the board does not have an opposition to it, I'd like to change the order of recognitions and acknowledgements to move items 7 and 8 ahead of item number 6 in order to get everybody back to school in time. Is there any? They might not want to. They may not want to, but I see the principal there, and I think they will want them to get back to the classroom. Very well. Recognitions and acknowledgements. We will begin with item 7.
Item number 7, District 2, adopt a proclamation recognizing the 2019 valedictorian and salutatorian from Bret Harte High School.
Okay,
Ms.
Mike,
Calaveras.
but you have to wait a minute. I have to get dressed.
And it still fits.
Look at that.
Pretty nice. Do I look okay?
You look great. You look like a valedictorian.
Okay, I have 2 young women in the audience I'd like to have come up here. Oh, and these 2 women are valedictorian and salutatorian of Bret Harte High School. Yep, she'll buzz you in.
Yeah.
I think.
Okay.
Okay, Roland Carr and Leah Jensvold of Bret Harte. If you haven't guessed, I am a Bret Harte mother.
Give her your mic.
All right, you ready? Yeah. You all excited? Did you just want to say something, and I'll give you a moment so you can think about it, okay? Okay, this is a proclamation for the 2019 valedictorian and salutatorian from Bret Harte High School. And if those of you who don't know where it is, you gotta come, head east. Whereas each year Bret Harte High School selects one student with the highest grade point average to be the valedictorian and one student with the second highest grade point to be salutatorian. And the coursework completed is difficult. Competition for such an honor is highly competitive. And whereas these students serve as role models for their classmates and underclassmen, though exemplifying critical thinking, effective communication, problem solving, and organizational skills. In addition to achieving the highest and second highest class ranks, these young women have demonstrated many admirable qualities such as integrity, hard work, determination, and a commitment to excellence throughout their 4 years in high school. Did you complete high school in less than 4 years? Okay, just want to make sure I had it right. Whereas these students are honored at their high school graduation ceremony, but because achievement is so significant and worthy of commendation, the Calaveras Board of Supervisors wishes to recognize them as well. And I think there are a few others in the audience. Whereas Bret Harte High School valedictorian for 2019 is Lavellen Carr with a grade point average of 4.372, and whereas the Bret Harte High School salutatorian for 2019 is Leah Jensvold with a grade point average of 4.229. I think I made 3. Whereas the Bret Harte, therefore it be proclaimed that the...
You got to do a vote first, Maria.
I have to do a vote?
We have to vote on it.
What if they want to say something?
Well, they can. We're going to have public comment, too.
When do you want to do that, Mr. Chair?
We will do public comment
After the vote or before the vote?
before the vote.
Oh, Lord, love a duck. Okay,
Parliamentary procedures.
so what are you telling me?
Is there any public comment on this item? Al?
This is really a happy time, not only for these two, but also for the other high school. This is Al Segala with the Taxpayer Association, and one of the projects that we're working on is to try to get the U.S. Constitution better known to our youth, particularly the senior and junior years. This little booklet is a fascinating booklet. It has a lot more than the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence in it. It's fun reading because it has so many other items. And we're hoping that we'll be able to have quizzes that students could get a free book and take the quiz, 10-question quiz. If they pass the quiz, they get a prize. And we're hoping that the number one prize will be close to $1,000. We're looking for investors and donors, and we hope to be able to maybe have maybe 1,000 kids actually read the Constitution. If that were possible, it'd be just so beautiful. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Al. Any other
At
public?
Bret Harte High School, they do read the Constitution, Mr. Segala.
Any other public comment? Very well, I'll bring it back to the board. Is there a motion?
With honor, I would like to move this item.
Moved by Supervisor Mills. Second?
I'll second.
Second by Supervisor Toffenelli. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0.
So therefore, be it proclaimed, the Calaveras Board of Supervisors commends these students as valedictorian and salutatorian for 2019 on their impressive accomplishments. And one day you can be here, if not higher office, and wear your yellow robe. Passed and adopted by the Calaveras Board of Supervisors on this 28th day of May. And so... Okay.
Go Bullfrogs.
I know, you just had to do it. Congratulations. And congratulations to your parents. Thank you so much for supporting our kids. All right, we'll move on to item number 8.
Item number 8, District 2, adopt a proclamation recognizing the 2019 valedictorians from Calaveras High School.
All right, if I could have the valedictorians from Calaveras come on up. Exactly. Ben, were you a valedictorian? All right. Welcome, quite a few of you, so we're going to not pass the microphone along, but I just want to begin by saying how proud I am of all of you. I've known many of you for a long time, and I'm just proud. You guys are the greatest resource our county has, and we as parents and community members are very proud of you, and we certainly hope that as you guys go out and do wonderful things in the world, you remember where you're from, and maybe someday get a chance to come on back and participate. I know our supervisor, Stopper, is a Calaveras grad, and he certainly is contributing to his community, and we hope you will do the same as well. So, actually, I'm going to ask you to hold that because I'm not as coordinated as Marita. All right, so this is a proclamation recognizing the 2019 valedictorians from Calaveras High School. whereas each year an elite group of students meets the academic standard necessary to be declared valedictorians of their graduating high school class, and whereas the coursework completed is difficult and the competition for such an honor is competitive, and whereas these students serve as role models for their classmates and underclassmen through exemplifying critical thinking, effective communication, problem solving, and organizational skills. And whereas, in addition to achieving a cumulative grade point average of 4.0 or higher, these students have demonstrated many admirable qualities such as integrity, hard work, determination, and a commitment to excellence throughout their 4 years in high school. And where these students are honored at their high school graduation ceremony. But because the achievement is so significant and worthy of commendation, the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors wishes to recognize them as well. And whereas the Calaveras High School valedictorians for 2019 in order of class rank are Lucas Borchin with a 4.313, Ana Miles with a 4.289, Mateo Allende with a 4.247, Michael Snyder with a 4.224, Michael Rourke with a 4.191, Isabel Morrison with a 4.185, Sophia Schlentz with a 4.163, Kylie Freitas with a 4.128, Tyler Nagano with a 4.104, Lindsay Gaspers with a 4.082, Kaylee Cinder, Kaya, I'm sorry, Kyla. I've only known you for most of your life. With a 4.082, Jacob Young with a 4.061, Julian Zanheiser with a 4.061, Jordan Okamura with a 4.040, Samuel Craigun with a 4. How did I do that one wrong? With a 4.021, Zoe Medinger, close, with a 4.021, Andrew Widener with a 4.020, and Alexis Daw with a 4.0. I'm very sorry if I slaughtered you guys last name. I'm a Garamendi, I'm used to it, I feel your pain. So, I would like to call for public comment. Is there any public comment? Al? Got some U.S. Constitutions?
No, I got just enough books. I was surprised.
All right, grab your book on the way out. Other public comment? Well, let me just say one more time how proud we are of all of you. And therefore, I will seek a motion.
Mr. Chair, I will move this item.
Supervisor Toffanelli, a proud parent of Calaveras graduates, makes a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
And Ben Stopper, a fellow alum, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Now, therefore, be proclaimed that the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors commends these students named as valedictorians for 2019 on their impressive accomplishments, passed and adopted by the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors, State of California, 28th day of May, 2019. Thank you very much.
So, ladies, gentlemen, when they take this picture, on 3, can we all say Calaveras?
Get us all in there, or do we need to just walking out the door. Hopefully we'll get him back sometime. I'm gonna bawl like a baby at graduation. Cry like a baby at graduation.
My daughter was valedictorian, but I didn't wear. I thought that was a bit overkill.
All right, Robin.
Item number 6, Human Services adopt a proclamation recognizing June 2019 as Elder and Dependent Adult Abuse Awareness Month.
Supervisor Toffenelli.
Well, I don't have a robe to wear, and I don't have 17 elder abused people up to pull up here, so I'll just sit here and read it, and we'll move forward. Kristen, don't be a stranger. This is a proclamation declaring June 2019 as Elder and Dependent Adult Abuse Awareness Month in Calaveras County. Whereas each year hundreds of thousands of older, frail, and vulnerable citizens are abused, neglected, and exploited by family members and others. And whereas in Calaveras County, Adult Protective Services receives 293 reports of abuse of elders and dependent adults in 2018. And whereas research tells us that for every one reported incident of elder abuse, 24 incidents of elder abuse go unreported. And whereas whether the abuse is financial, physical, sexual, emotional, or neglect, or whether it is perpetrated by family members or others, our senior citizens and disabled adults have the right to protection under the law. And whereas all citizens of Calaveras County, especially our most vulnerable, should be able to live safe, secure lives without fear, neglect, pain, or exploitation. And whereas it's through the watchful eye of the community members that we can protect our elders and dependent adults by knowing abuse and reporting abuse to the local Adult Protection Services Agency at 209-754-6677 or 1-844-690-5137. And that is 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Kristen?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Kristen Stranger, Health and Human Services. Thank you for the opportunity to provide some public awareness of Elder and Dependent Adult Abuse Awareness Month. This is a statewide and nationwide effort done annually. And again, we just wanted to make the community aware of the various signs of potential physical neglect, financial abandonment, isolation, abduction, self-neglect type forms of abuse. So we invite everybody to visit our website. We do have very robust information on our website about signs, reporting information, as well as I'd like to also recognize the efforts of our partners from Area 12 Agency on Aging with their executive, Kristen Milhoff. There are also additional resources for our community. They have a general information and assistance line to obtain information about in-home supports, minor home repairs, care management, and various outreach. So it's in combination with being aware of the various signs of abuse, but then also being aware of the various resources available for our elder and dependent community members to engage in services to prevent isolation and reduce the potential for abuse in the future. So again, thank you for the opportunity to provide additional public awareness.
Is there other public comment? Seeing none?
Kristen, you brought up a good point, and that has to do with the word isolation. As seniors become more isolated from the rest of society, that's when the potential really dramatically increases. So thank you for bringing that up.
So now, if you're 65 years or older, can I please have you come up here, please? And the 3 board members that are 65 and over, up here.
Wait, you want to call a vote first, Gary?
Do I want it? Yes.
I'll make a motion.
Motion by Supervisor Mills, second by?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Stopper. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Come on up, seniors. You're not 65.
All right, let me get my glasses. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims the month of June 2019 as Elder and Dependent Adult Abuse Awareness Month. One more.
Thank you, Kristen. All right. Let's move on to consent, public comment.
Any item of interest to the public that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board and is not posted on the consent or regular agendas may be addressed during public comment period. California law prohibits the board from taking action or any matter which is not posted on the agenda unless it is determined to be an emergency by the Board of Supervisors. If public comment is completed before the 30-minute allotted time period, the board may immediately move to the next order of business. If public comment is not completed during the allotted time period, it will be continued as the last item of business in order to provide an opportunity for the remainder of comments to be heard.
Thank you. Are there any public comments on items not on the agenda coming up? So if it's on the agenda later on, don't bring it up at this point, but you are welcome to petition your government. Al?
I'm always concerned about jumping ahead of somebody else. I get scolded for that.
Yeah, you're doing well. You're looking over your left shoulder before you step up.
Okay. This subject is the House of Gallup Taxpayer Association. We're going through a general plan update process, and one of the elements being considered is the housing element. And these are comments that we submitted to the planning department, and I'd like to share some of these points with you. We have 10 brief suggestions. On energy, we oppose increasing requirements above current standards and suggest reviewing these standards.
Al, I'm sorry, but we're taking up the community housing element. Is that related to this on
No.
item 31? Different?
Well, this is the one on the agenda is the homeless.
No.
Is that correct?
It's a receive a presentation on the 2018 housing element annual report.
Okay.
If it's different, Al, you're welcome to continue.
No, I think this would be more appropriate there then. I
Okay.
thought that was going to
If
be
it's
on
different, we can
something
continue,
different.
but I just wanted to. Anybody has other public comment? Seeing none, we will close public comment and move on to the consent agenda. Madam Clerk.
Consent agenda. Consent agenda items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. They will be acted upon by the board at one time without discussion. Any board member, staff member, or interested party may request removal of an item from the consent agenda for later discussion.
Board members wish to take an item off consent. Seeing none. Staff? Seeing none. Public? Very well. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda as it stands?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Supervisor Mills, second by Supervisor Toffenelli. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? There we go. Moving on to the regular agenda. Yeah, I do believe
Item number
Supervisor
26.
Mills, that is the first.
Item number 26, economic development, make a finding of public benefit. Number 1, make a finding of public benefit. Number 2, approve and authorize the board chair to execute the Black Bart Playhouse lease for the term June 1st, 2019 to May 31st, 2024 with an annual lease amount of $1.
Who is leading this item?
I thought Kathy was, but we might have gotten to it before she was prepared.
She was just here.
Just stepped out for a second. Al, do you want to walk us through it real quick, or?
Kathy, where are you?
I can speak to it while you're looking.
Let's just,
Please go ahead if you're ready, and I'll bring up the background, and I'll be prepared to go.
well,
The issue of that we own the property there, but the Black Park Playhouse has spent a great deal of money and resources in maintaining, and I know recently air conditioning systems and other issues have come up, and they've always been able to keep the property maintained. It does provide a substantial benefit to the community as a whole, not just to Murphy's, but to the community as a whole, and is done solely through volunteers. So great job to those that are part of the Playhouse and the work that you do for the community.
is there any public comment on this item? Al?
Alston County Taxpayer Association. This is a real good example of accomplishing things without taxing people or regulating them. And when you have, this is not the only thing that happened in Murphy's that's similar. There's a park there that was put together totally by voluntary donations of the public, and it was just great. And there's some other places in the county that have similar things occurring. This needs to be encouraged. Now, on this particular thing, if you look at, there's a minor typo on paragraph 37 in which the leaseor is identified as a leasee. In other words, we just had it reversed, and I think that with that correction, it looked like it'd be great, and the taxpayers would encourage you to approve it.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
Blair, you're not going to?
Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Further discussion or a motion?
As someone who goes to that theater frequently, and am hoping that they'll repair the seats, and the fact that this is a real win for the county and for Black Park Theaters, and I'll make the motion to approve this.
A motion by Supervisor Callaway, is there a second?
Oh, wait.
second.
Did you want to comment?
I'm sorry, did you want to comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a quick comment about the fact that we spent almost $80,000 in the last year fixing the building, almost replacing the roof, replacing air conditioning and heating units in the front half of the theater, painting it, and new lighting. And we're now currently working on a new sign and a couple of other things. And in addition to that, this next year we're looking to improve the production values with new lights and new sounding systems. Thank you.
Thank you.
No seats.
Maybe Blair wants to.
Yes, sir.
I just want to thank everyone. I'm Blair Wiley. I'm on the board of the theater with Joe. Joe's the treasurer. I'm the president. Thank you, everybody, for the support of the theater. Marita, we see you there all the time. Gary, you've been on that stage before with us. And we're doing our best, and we think it's working. With Stage 3 closing, we're able to attract a lot of talent. We keep getting more and more talented people to work with us, and it's only getting better. And if you've seen the productions in the last couple of years, you've seen the difference. So thank you.
And you're bringing people from Tuolumne County, aren't you?
Ms. Corda?
Maybe we should think about paying these artists for their contribution to our community. I read the paper a lot, and the Black Bart players are in there a lot, and even though I don't attend, I appreciate that is available in Calaveras County.
Thank you. All right, I know that I have broken rules of order by, we have a motion on the table, and then we open back up to public comment. So let's move forward. We have a motion on the table.
And a second.
Supervisor Toffenali?
Well, I was going to second it, but that's okay.
No.
As being someone that's performed on that stage, as Blair mentioned, and been in it many times, I will second that motion.
I'll remove my second, so
There was a second from Supervisor Mills removed. We have a motion by Supervisor Callaway, a second by Supervisor Toffenelli. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Thank you very much for your work, gentlemen. Item 27.
Item number 27, Human Resources, adopt a resolution authorizing revisions to job descriptions and classification titles effective June 8th, 2019.
Good morning, Chair, Board of Supervisors, Judy Hawkins, Human Resources and Risk Director. Today I'm bringing before you job description changes for the Clerk Recorder 1-2 and Business Analyst 1-2 and Business Analyst 3. And then I am requesting to bring back the eligibility series on June 11th. I do need to have time to discuss further with the union. So the changes for the job descriptions in the Clerk Recorder Series 1-2, these changes will allow us to broaden the experience. And so what we're doing here is allowing office and customer service experience instead of just experience in a clerk recorder's office. And this change is to the 2 level. The business administrator, the business analyst positions, what we are changing, it's a very minor change, but will allow us to cast a larger net for that series. And we are adding the, apologize, I'm trying to find my wording here, but we're allowing the wording or putting the wording into the job description that allows us to consider work experience and education that qualifies. So allowing for to consider all experience and education to be qualifying.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board? Supervisor Mills.
in your statement on financing, I'm a little confused with the last line.
I do apologize, there is an error there. It does not have an impact to the general fund because we are not changing the rates of pay.
Well, it says, let me read it. The total impact to each budget is 0 as salaries will be affected.
It will not be affected. I do apologize.
Okay. And I did have a conversation with Ms. Turner about this particular situation. She said that the positions are in essence in the first 3 years frozen. Is that true? In other words, their pay rate and everything stays as a stable base rate for the first 3 years?
I'm not sure what she meant by that.
Okay.
I'll follow up with her.
Thank you.
Any further questions from the board? Very well, we will move forward to public comment. Are there public comments on item 27? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for a further discussion or a motion.
I'll move this item, Mr.
Moved
Chair.
by Supervisor Toffenelli, is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Supervisor Callaway. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Item number 28, Information Technology, receive a presentation by county staff on emergency preparations available with Calaveras Alert Program and emergency evacuation application.
Captain Ballard. Sorry, Captain, we're moving quick this morning.
Doug, you already set up? Yeah. Okay. So what we're going to show you is several months worth of, it's the finished product on the work we did for evacuation mapping. And basically it started out in Arnold. The folks up there were concerned about the Paradise Fire and that type of stuff and how they'd be able to get out of that area. Once the group, and it was CAL FIRE, the Sheriff's Office, OEM, and GIS, once we got together, we decided that just covering Arnold area would be good for Arnold, but not for the rest of the county. So We sat down for a while, came up with the mapping process on what we wanted to do for evacuations with basically two goals in mind. We wanted to get everybody involved in those types of things, speaking the same language, being able to, if an area needs to be evacuated, develop a map book in order to send everybody where we need to. And if mutual aid came in, they'd get the same map book. Everybody be talking the same language. And then additionally for the citizens, we wanted to come up with a tool that they would be able to use themselves to help themselves. A lot of the stuff that was presented to me was evacuation routes. How do we get out of certain areas? You know, you need to mark an area. You need to, mark roads and all that stuff. Well, when we went through this, we found that what we needed from the citizens of the county is to learn the areas that they live in. A lot of people that I talked to, they knew one way to get to their house, and they didn't know that a half mile behind their house was another way out, all the way to Nevada if they needed to go. So with this tool, and actually all the credit for the tool goes to GIS, Doug and Dan. Once you see it and they do the demonstration, you'll see how effective it's going to be. So for the citizens, they'll be able to go onto the program off of the Calaveras County webpage. They'll be able to determine where they live, what zone they live in. We came up with a grid and a zone type thing. So the county is broken up into 56 or 60 zones or grids altogether, and that's specific to OES or OEM functions. So when we're in OES, we know exactly where it starts. All the sheriff's deputies, everybody will have the same as that map book, and I'll pass this around so you can look at it. And so we can start getting our resources there. And then it's further defined in zones within each one. Each zone is about 2 miles square. So as we go through this, you'll be able to see we can evacuate a complete zone, portions of a zone, or multiple zones. And whatever we do up in the OES will be immediately carried over onto the public side of it. So the public, anywhere they're at, they can go to this program, and they can be able to see where the fire's burning, what areas are evacuated, where safe zones are, where the shelters are going to be, all those types of things that we never had before for the public to be able to see. So what we'll do here is, after I get done here, Chad's going to talk a little bit about, what's that called again?
Calaveras Alert.
Yeah, the Calaveras Alert, and signing up for that and what that does. Doug and Dan will do a short demonstration on a mock-up that we already got done for a fire in our local area here. And then Chad will show you how the Calaveras Alert applies to that application. And then if you have any questions after that, we'll be glad to answer them. But I'm very serious about this. I'm very excited about this, and I think this meets everything we've been needing since I've been at the county.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Chad.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Chad Cossey, OES Coordinator. Thank you guys for your time. Real quick, a few things about Calaveras Alert. Out of 45,000 citizens, we've got roughly 14,000 signed up, so you can tell we're trying to target more people and get out there and get the word out. I do have some flyers here, and I have some outside as well. One of the things with Calaveras Alert I want to bring up is that it is not a 911 alert system. Every time that a 911 call happens, it's not going to alert you. We're trying to keep it just to the large-scale events, as we're speaking here about today as well. So please make sure to sign up. If you need help, you have my office line. I will help sign up. We're going to, on Saturdays, we're doing some wildfire community preparedness, and I'm signing people up there as well. So I just want to bring that piece up, and then when we cap this demonstration off, you guys will see the importance on how the two work hand in hand. So thank you guys, and again, make sure to sign up for Calaveras Alert, and I'll be here to answer any questions if you have signed up and had any issues with signing up.
Morning. Morning, Doug.
So this is our new app.
You turn your mic on, press the button so the red light comes on. Yeah, there you go.
I'm good now? All right. Can you hear me? Good morning. This is our new evacuation application. And as Chad said, there'll be a website on a link to our website that you can go and download this onto your computers and use at home. Just to briefly go over what's here and what it kind of does, there's some information here which will actually tell you the definitions of the types of evacuations that we'll be using, whether it's a warning or an order. And once you read that and click through that, you get to the body of the application. Notice over here there's an info summary. Had there not been any incidents going on, these would all be zeros. Except for the active public works closures. This is an actual link to the public works app that we built them. And so we can see that these have nothing to do with the fire, but these roads are closed. So in the case that something happened in this area, you would be seeing the road closures from public works along with the road closures that the sheriffs or ODS would make. And as you can see, we can click on these just to see where they are. They bring up a description, and all of these, all this info summary works the same way as we go on. Over here on this other side, it's just an application usage to tell the public what it does, what buttons to push, what we're looking for, how to find your zone number, your page number, your grid number, how to put in your address. There are a number of items here that are called widgets, and these widgets show you what is actually active in the map at the time, and these will change as we move things around. You can see things change. We can turn off layers if we want, turn on layers. We've also added, if you want to know what supervisual district you're in, you can turn that on, what fire district you're in, what address community. So all these things can be turned on and turned off. And as we're doing for our little demonstration today, you'll see that we have, that we have an active fire going on. We'll read the date. It's just called Red Fire. And the fire was wind-driven and burning in a southerly direction toward Gold Strike Mobile Home Park in the Howard Road area. Fire evacuations and warnings are in place. And if we start to look down at this, we see that there are a number of active evacuation zones. And we can click on these and we can see that one is in an order, meaning that you have to leave, and there are 3 that are in warning. And as we zoom into that area, we can see that here is our order, which is in red, and the blues are our warnings. And then over here in this area, which is actually where the fire started, we have 2 things going on in one grid. We have an active evacuation localized zone and an active warning. And what there'll be in the end in this product, there'll be a button that we can push back in the SO to export these files so they'll go straight into our Everbridge. And so we won't have to mess with those. And so you'll get, a notice that there's an active warning. As you zoom in, you'll notice that these numbers changed. I don't see the incident notes anymore. As we zoom in, it gets more localized as to what's going on. Again, we can see that there's 2 active zones and 4 of the active evac zones. We see that there's a shelter that's in place. And I can pop that shelter up and it will tell me all of the incidentals of it, the capacity, the kitchen, restrooms. I can zoom to it to see exactly where that is. And as I zoom into it, you notice that it is also in an active safe refuge area. And so we have the ability to do these on the fly. And as things change, they happen on the fly. So if I'm a homeowner, I'm at home and I'm watching this, this will update every 10 minutes. So they don't have to turn it off. As soon as we change something, it will automatically get changed on their end. And so really what we want them to be able to do is just to go in and find really what their address is and what grid they're in. So in this case, I'll enter an address. And you'll notice that it starts, if I typed it correctly, that we get a pull-down menu, find my correct address. I slip right in there and I see that that's my situs address, my APN if you didn't know your APN, and and then I can click on it again, and you'll notice here that there's some parcel information, and as I click through, here's my active zone number, and that's the number that I'm concerned with, is that 434. I'm in grid page 40, and 434 is the number that I should be concerned with. So if I see any warnings or evacuation orders in that number, it again will light up all the way back at the home page. And they also, the sheriff will also have the ability to put up signs. As things change themselves, they'll be able to put up signs and routes. So if you'll notice, here are active evac signs, and there are two of them. There's one here, and there's one there, and they're both road closed. If I click on it, you'll see that it's road closed, and it'll pop up. And it'll give you a little bit of sign text. Sheriff can put, text in there to say why the road's closed, when it'll be back open, those kind of things. And then also there's a red stripe that you see here on the road, which is the actual closure of the road, a local, what we're calling the evac route. It's in order, and we see that the road is closed. So that's pretty much it in a nutshell. They have the ability to zoom around and play around and go to different areas, but what we really strongly suggest is that you don't worry where your favorite location is. You worry about where your home is and what grid you live. And that's really what we want you to find.
I think we have a bunch of questions. Supervisor Stopper?
You mentioned that it's updated about every 10 minutes during an event. Are you the gentleman that updates it, other than you did say the sheriff has access when it comes to roads and he can put whether roads are closed up or down? Who's all the input for this to be updated every 10 minutes?
The idea is to have the sheriff actually do this.
Okay.
They can do this. The other thing about this is they can actually do this from their phone or a tablet. They don't have to be in the SO.
Okay.
Whoever has editing rights would get a phone call and say, hey, you need to do this, whether it's Danny and myself or somebody from the SO. Just depends on how busy they are, whether we're available, but we'll all have the availability to do that. And when I say that it refreshes every 10 minutes, it's just refreshing the layers. If I put out an actual evacuation, let me just show you. We'll go into what is my actual edit viewer here, which is the other side.
Is this real time?
This is real time.
So you're going to plug something in?
Yep. Yeah. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to select these two, and I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to make them in order. Now we'll go back.
And you can refresh it on your own, and then it'll just
Yeah, it'll refresh on its own.
Right.
And so what we should see is that quick. We've got our two reds right there, and it's updated up here.
Excellent. That you'll see also on the tablets. Tablets is real time.
It's real time. It's just the 10 minutes is just a refresh time, so that if you've got it on because you're worried that something's going on, you'll be able to leave it, and if something happens while you're washing dishes and you come back to it, things will automatically update for you. You don't have to refresh it.
Supervisor Mills, you had some questions?
Yeah, how much coordination is being done with the local fire agencies?
Working hand in hand.
Yes.
So,
Everything that we did, Supervisor Mills, we had a representative from the fire agencies there. And I do have a CAL FIRE person here today that's on that. We have, they have the exact same mapping program. Each one, like that map book right there, those will be in all their engines, plus they have applications on their phone to bring them up. And over the last month, we've done 3 or 4 public meetings, one in Arnold, one in San Andres, and one in West Point on this last Saturday. We've got another one coming up the following weekend in Murphy's, and another one June 8th in Independence Hall again, I think.
And none in District 4.
What's that?
None in District 4.
Ask and you shall receive.
Okay. One of the things I know that really kind of hovers a little bit is the time to evacuate a given area, and the public needs to really be aware that the route that they think that they're going to take oftentimes may not be the right route, that you folks are going to decide what is the evacuation route and where they may end up going. So don't get it in their head.
Right, exactly. That's why when you look at this map, there's no predetermined evacuation roads. And to use the best example that I've heard is that in talking to people, that are up here, they're used to having evacuation routes from like a tsunami, and a tsunami only comes in one direction, so that's easy to determine. A fire up here could come anywhere, and that's the importance of this application here, is that we really want every citizen to find out exactly what zone they live in, and then to learn that zone and to learn ways to get out of their zone. So if we show up at the sheriff's office, someplace in, say, Lilac Park or something, and say, you have to go, you can't go Highway 4, you got to go out Moran Road. They know how to get to Moran Road. So that's the importance of this, is for them to learn how to get out of their area.
Are you identifying two-wheel versus four-wheel?
What's that?
Are you identifying two-wheel versus four-wheel?
They're just as roads.
I remember a fire up on Cedar Ridge over in Tuolumne County years ago. We blew a road out into 5 Mile Creek to get out the backside, but it was a four-wheel drive road. If property owners are aware of the four-wheel drive access points being different, I just wanted to know if that was going to be accommodated in your decisions.
We will, and this whole entire thing that we've done here, we've done it not generically, but as a small group to focus on exactly what we needed to do, understanding that other people come up with additional ideas that we can put in there to enhance it. So we've got lots of room to go.
And the amount of time to evacuate a given area, for instance, the 92 Old Gulch fire and sending people up to Bear Valley, how long does it take to get how many cars into that area versus, say, for instance, evacuating Copperopolis? They're two differently scenarios, but there is a time consideration that needs to be in that decision tree.
There is, and that's the what-ifs of this entire thing. I never know what is going to happen, but, I could stand up here and say I've been involved in evacuations and a lot of fires and all that stuff, and we get people out, and, when the circumstance presents itself, that's, how we'll have to attack it and see how we're going to get people out. And then from there, then the public will be able to know on there. And the good thing about this is, just if you look at the Butte fire, that fire burned fast, but if we would have used this mapping system in that, you'd have been able to see exactly where it was going. The public could have looked at it, reduced all the 911 calls to dispatch, and they'd had the information. And I think it's going to be important that as we update it up in the OES, it's getting updated, out there. It's going to help the public a lot.
And as you know, the primary problem that we have in our county is those dead-end roads, especially in major subdivisions that just have only one way in and out. And
correct.
Pre-fire planning has a lot to do with how we're going to get them out of there, or do we get them out of there at all?
Mm-hmm.
So those are decisions that will be made. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Toffenelli? No. Good? Okay. Supervisor Callaway?
This is an outstanding program. Thank you very, very much. PG&E has said that for their side, if they do an outage due to a planned outage due to a fire, is that going to be, are we going to dovetail? They are saying you have to sign up on their website to be notified when they do, I don't know, it's PS, something or other, whatever it's called.
Yeah. Wind
Are they, is that going to be in so people would get the alert?
We can certainly add that in. We're also working on being able to put in Caltrans information and CHP information. There would be a live feed, much as our Public Works information. So we can add different modules to this as we go along, as we find that we need different capabilities.
So when you do this, is this going to come to us through Calaveras Alert?
No, it comes from the website, from the Calaveras County homepage.
So the education process is Calaveras Alert does one thing, but if I want to know what roads are closed from Public Works, I'd have to go to the website.
Correct.
Yes?
That is
Correct.
But just to be clear, the Public Works road closures, that's in a completely different application from this one. So you can go and find out right now what Public Works roads are closed in an application. It is not this one. That's how it would
I'm
work.
thinking of the Butte fire when there were a list of road
Absolutely,
closures.
but what I'm getting at is that's how it would work as we would plug into PG&E, just as we would the Public Works. We would get their layers, we would build this, what's called a service, and it would be a service that's available. As long as we can get the data from PG&E, we should be able to do it.
But it's not tied into Calaveras Alert.
Let me cap this off, and I think it'll answer what you're driving at, Marita. When there's a confirmed fire and an OEM gets the call, the first alert that's going to go out isn't anything about the map. It's going to be, there's a fire, it's in this location, please take these measures. We're going to keep it short, sweet, and simple. Once that's done, we will work then with the sheriff's office to begin this piece. As an evacuation order or warning gets placed up there, I have a very similar map in Calaveras Alert that follows that. So that exact area that's drawn, I can say you are in the order zone. You are in the warning zone. Please take these measures. So as the event escalates, if roads are found to be closed, if roads or a route is identified, then I can even go back in Calaveras Alert and say these roads are closed or this road is identified. But it will be on the map before that even happens. So what I recommend to the public is the moment you get a confirmed alert or confirmed fire, log in, watch it happen. It may not even be in your area, but that'll begin to show you the process. It'll begin to show you how it escalates and how the map reflects the escalation. And I think that's what you're driving at. Or
If there's a fire occurring down in the west end of the county, under Calaveras Alert, you're not going to notify the Calaveras Alert people in the east end of the county.
no, we'll
You'll
alert
just
those.
notify people within that grid or those zones, correct?
In and around the area, correct. And that's one thing I want to bring up with the way Calaveras Alert works, because it's a different GIS system and it's not one that the public sees. We have people, matter of fact, we have one person in Massachusetts who put their primary residence down rather than Calaveras being their secondary residence. So unfortunately, this person is never going to receive an alert because it only lets me grid out those who are within the geographic border of Calaveras County. So if you guys did sign up or the public did sign up, please make sure that they use their Calaveras address as opposed to their primary address.
Second question, or third or fourth, I'm not sure. Road closures due to slides? Usually, I mean, I think in our area, it's normally State Highway 4. How are those notifications going out to the public, and if so, how?
If OEM receives the alert from sheriffs or Public Works, we can definitely send a Calaveras alert out that there's been a slide or debris flow onto a road, and then we can even work with the sheriff to go ahead and highlight those areas as well.
Okay, I understand that, but I'm not sure how you're telling us. Are you telling us through Calaveras Alert?
If it's a large enough road that's going to impair a large, like Highway 4 is, it's one of the main arteries, then yes, we would utilize Calaveras Alert.
How did you determine the zones? When I was looking at the sheriff's book, which he might not get back, and I was noticing streets would have 2 zones on them. How is that determined?
Well, yeah, so that was a coordination with CAL FIRE. So our grid system, the 60 grids that are on there, that is Sheriff's Office application for identification of other areas, because we can use this in active shooters and flood, all that stuff. CAL FIRE already had the zones. So we took their zones, put them on our county with our grids over the top of it. So that's and CAL FIRE's here, so he can explain that. But that was what they use already. So it was, like I said, getting everybody to talk the same language and look at the same thing in an emergency.
CAL FIRE?
So the smaller zones weren't necessarily built for an evacuation map. There were response areas that we had built into our computer a long time ago. So for simplicity, for time frame and simplicity, the couple things I really like about this is that you were talking about time frame on getting an area evacuated, how long it's going to take, how long it could take. This gives us the opportunity to start off fairly large and very, very early. Our battalion chief can pull up on scene, realize he has evacuations coming. We have a different mapping program on our phone. We use Avenza, which this map fits into. He can look and see exactly where he is sitting right there. There'll be a dot where he is. He can call our command center and say, I'm in this zone. We have a rapidly developing fire. We need to get this area evacuated immediately. The command center has this map. They can contact the sheriffs instantly, and within a minute or so, the decision that battalion chief made that this area needs to be evacuated is communicated through this process. Now, it's not perfect. Like you said, there's different streets or maybe in a different zone, or one zone maybe two sides of a drainage or something along those lines. But this gives us an opportunity to start very early and get that initial order out quick.
So these zones were established by CAL FIRE?
Yeah, not necessarily even for this purpose.
Right.
They were pre-existing dispatch zones. So when a 911 call came in, it put a dot in a zone, and that is a dispatch-based thing from a long time ago.
I mean, I looked at Appaloosa, which
Right.
goes from
Correct.
here to there.
And it's in two
it had
separate-
like about 4 zones.
So we understand that. We talked to the sheriff about it a bunch, that it's not absolute perfect, but it's absolutely perfect at the initial time set. Now, then they have the ability, your GIS department's been phenomenal through this in addressing every concern that we've had. Being able to build the small polygons within those zones, maybe not in the first 5-10 minutes of it, that's not going to happen, but that's not when that should be happening. This is going to happen as it plays out. Either the evacuations need to be expanded, or maybe it's not quite as bad as we thought, it can be detracted, those kinds of things. They can change those polygons, and then maybe make a polygon around the Appaloosa Road, the road that we're looking at. But for that initial piece of it, this is going to really work out well. We can get that order out super quick, and it can get out to the public super quick. This whole process is a couple things that we went into this kind of hoping to get, and one was the common terminology. Not all counties use the same terminology for evacuations. Our incident command teams use this terminology. It's at a fire scope where you have the evacuation order and evacuation warning. Some places you hear mandatory and voluntary, or you hear all kinds. Different counties use different terminologies. This puts Calaveras in with fire scope and with the most common terminology. It gives us the ability to be very, very quick with our initial response. And then it gives us this feature right here where he can draw the smaller polygons, gives us the ability as it expands over a couple days to maybe take the east side of the drainage out. The fire's on the west side of the drainage. The east side of the drainage just happens to be in the same grid, same zone, but we can take it out and repopulate. It gives them the ability that the sheriff and the CHP have the ability to look at roads, and that's a huge deal for once you evacuate an area, getting people back in or keeping people out based on how many roads go into that. So the big squares doesn't work for that very well because there could be 1,000 roads coming into that big square. But maybe expand it or detract it a little bit, and then they can close 2 or 3 roads and keep that area closed. And then open piece by piece as the emergency goes away, they can open it piece by piece. And this covers a lot of that. We're very happy about the ability these guys put into this program.
So I have one more
Okay.
question. It comes up frequently in community meetings we've had, at least in Evans Pass, and I heard the word today saying safe refuge area. Is that the same as in place?
Shelter in place, yes.
Shelter in place?
So safe refuge area is a term, kind of a newer term that we've come up in the fire service. Safety zones are what we've always used in the past, and safety zones to us are places where you can go and there's no need for fire shelters. It's kind of a place that's going to be good for a while, out of harm's way. Safe refuge areas are somewhere in between there and a bad spot. It's probably the best available spot is kind of how we talk about it. It's not where we would want people to go and hang out for a long time. It's not an evacuation center. It's not something along those lines. But if that's the best, if the Walmart parking lot's going to be the best we're going to do for the next 10 hours, and then we'll get everybody out when the road opens back up or something along those lines. That's what we're talking with safe refuge area.
And will I get that on my Calaveras alert, where that is?
That
If I, let me get closer to the microphone for everybody. If I am directed to advertise that on Calaveras Alert, I absolutely can do that. I know, and I don't want to speak prematurely, but I know there's efforts to identify these safe refuge areas, and I don't know if they've all been identified. So if I'm given the direction from the sheriff and fire, hey, advertise this parking lot to be that safe refuge, absolutely. I have no issue with putting that on there.
Okay, thank you.
And that can be put on this map too, correct?
Yes.
Built in, even if it's identified during the emergency, kind of a.
Yes. We would use a sign or something. Sure. So Marina, just to answer your question, so in our example, if we go back, you'll see that this line here broke this road right here. It didn't cover it all. And that easily, I went in, I changed that polygon to include that entire road. So that quickly we can go in if as sections of roads become, in an order or warning, we can move that drawn polygon to include that entire area without evacuating all of this grid number 115. I can just evacuate that little piece right there. So that kind of answers your questions about what if a road closes and it doesn't, do we want to include all of Appaloosa Road? Yes, then I just draw all of Appaloosa Road.
Thank you.
Thank you guys very much. Doug and Dan, I'm always impressed with all your projects that you've got going on. When I find from tree mortality to this, thank you guys for your work. Quick question. This is an app. This is not an app for your phone, for iPhone, is it?
Yes.
It is?
Yeah, we have a version that is actually for your iPhone.
Because when the power goes out, so does the internet, obviously.
Yeah.
So that's good.
Yeah, there's actually a mobile application and then one for your desktop, which will work for either a tablet or the mobile network.
When are these going live?
As soon as you give the okay.
As soon as we finish this presentation. And will this be posted on Facebook because we want to get this out to our constituents? Or
Yeah, we had talked about that. We can do Twitter, Facebook.
I don't.
We can put extra along the top here. There's areas that we can code in Twitter and Facebook. We could put supervisor links, fire links, whatever.
If you or OES could put out on the OES website and we could send it out to our constituents and make sure we notify everybody so that they could sign up for this, that'd be great. Great. And Captain Ballard, we're training with this tool already. Our deputies are working with this, so we're training back and
Every
forth.
single deputy is getting a map book exactly like that. If you look in towards the back of the map book, there's instructions on what to do in a fire.
This is great. Thank you guys so much. Can't wait to get the community, and unfortunately, we'll probably get to test it sooner than later on various things. Other questions from the board? Supervisor Mills.
Yeah, one thing that came to my mind is the Donnell's fire and the grazing permits on federal lands. Are those folks going to be notified? Those ranchers that have significant amounts of cattle up there in the high country, is that going to be incorporated into this?
Yeah, if it falls under a warning or an order, they'll get the notice from.
Because they don't own the ground, so.
No, they don't, but they could potentially do the Calaveras Alert. And so if there's a fire up, if they signed up for the Calaveras Alert and there was a fire up in the high country and they were notified.
Well, that's going to be then very important for those ranchers that
Oh,
hold
yeah, that's a
grazing
different
permits.
time.
But many of those are
That's-
in Alpine County.
Yeah, that's not what I was hearing. You're only
Still one
notified
item,
in
guys.
that grid, and if your address is within that grid, but if they
That's
have
true.
cattle in that grid, and you live down here in Copper or what have you,
Well,
they're
you
not
just
going to
presented a problem. There's a solution. We'll figure it out.
Okay.
Well, I know the solution. Within the GIS map for Calaveras Alert, I can do my own shape polygon. So if we recognize in one of these that one of those farms do exist, just as Doug showed you with this, I can extend that to make sure to include that. So it'll be a matter of identification. Well,
I know who holds grazing permits in Calaveras County and also who's in the Stanislaus Canyon. Majority of them are, unfortunately, in either Angels Camp or Copperopolis, but the point still is, they need to reach out to you to be sure that they're included in the system. They are truly notified in their entire boundary of their permit. It just would be very helpful to.
Can you register for more than one?
That's the next question.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah.
So we've had a few families put both husband and wife on one account, and that's great because that means that both of the phone numbers are captured. But unfortunately, if the wife confirms the receipt, the way Calaveras Alert works, it doesn't continue on down the line of phone numbers. So if the wife is grocery shopping or out and about and confirms the alert, nobody at the household is going to get it. So for every phone number, if myself and my significant other had dual cell phones, then it's best if we have our own account. That way we can make sure that both get notified.
Good point. I think that happened in my house. Good point. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Is there any public comment on this item? Al?
Yeah, Al Segala, Taxpayer Association. One of the things that we're concerned about is the origins of fire, where the fire is coming from. And there was some discussion about PG&E lines, and I think PG&E is going to process now, under certain conditions, they're going to cut off power. And so I think that the taxpayers want the county government to look at this a little more closely. There's certain questions like which of these power lines are the worst ones, the most likely to cause fires, and can they be put on the map? They need to be identified by experts. Maybe CAL FIRE can do that, along with PG&E. Another consideration is, can something be done to reduce that fire danger, like undergrounding the wires, putting the wires in underground where they wouldn't start a fire? And can that be identified by area, the worst area first? And then what sort of savings and suppression costs would result if you didn't have fires that originated from the PG&E? There's probably a number on that. And then what kind of insurance premium savings would we have if we didn't have any more fires from PG&E? It doesn't tie in totally with this, but it does partially, because this is concerned about fire. Thank you.
Thank you. Chief?
Rich Dickinson, Fire Chief, Calaveras Consolidated. I just wanted to say thank you to both of the gentlemen here. This is a great tool for all of us. But I also wanted to add in regarding your comment about the ranchers. Last year with the Waverly fire, I was at the county fire over in Napa, and coming home in Sacramento. You can see the header, but more importantly, it was on the radio stations. It was on social media. The network out there is tremendous. Where I came from before, we did meet with the cattle ranchers, obviously a bigger area here, but they have the tools too. So going back to the Waverly fire, it was 12,000 acres in an operational period. When it's moving that fast, us trying to reach out to all the stakeholders is impossible. Passing fire back in 2004. And when it's a wind event, when it's going, more importantly, the tools are there. You've done everything correct to get for the community. If they're willing to engage, then they're going to help themselves. But if they're not willing to engage, then it's going to be a tough one for them. So again, great tool for us. I can't wait for it to go online. And I just want to thank them for their hard work.
right, good morning. Mike Johnson, Ebbets Pass Fire District. I just wanted to pass along to the board that the number one question recently, ever since the Paradise or the fire that happened up Paradise, is the evacuations component. And you know, as a district head, you know, having this tool that they've all put together is absolutely fantastic. And I'm sure you've already gathered for yourself, but in my opinion, seeing a collaboration of the state, you know, forestry, CAL FIRE, with their best practices of what they see up and down the state, integrated with the local county here, with the two GIS, as you know, to put this together behind the scenes was a tremendous feat, in my opinion. In collaboration with, you know, the authority of the sheriff's office that does do the evacuations, plus your Calaveras OES folks with the alerting piece. This is a very well orchestrated piece of technology. I know that it's going to evolve, and I wouldn't be surprised if your surrounding counties, once they learn of this great product, come and solicit what it is and try to mimic it, probably in the neighboring counties. So as a local fire district, I'm super thrilled that you put this together. I think it's going to be great, and we're looking forward to what it produces, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to board. This is an informational item only, but I think you guys are sort of looking for some direction to light this thing up. We'll take a poll of the board. We good to go? Supervisor Toffenali?
Yes.
Yes. Mills?
Absolutely.
Supervisor Callaway? And I am too. Congratulations and good job, everybody. Really proud of everybody.
Evacuate if I don't get it.
So we'll see it up by the end of the day? Oh yeah, we're going to take a 10-minute break. To the Board of Supervisors meeting, we are going to move item 29. Start. Morning and welcome back to the Board of Supervisors meeting. We are going to move item 29 and item 30. We're going to postpone them until the arrival of Mr. Pack, who has assured us he'll be here by 11 o'clock. He had a family emergency. So we're going to move on to item number 31.
Item 31, planning, receive a presentation on the 2018 Housing Element Annual Report to the California Department of Housing and Community Development.
Thank you, and we will give Mr. Mauer at least a minute to set up. Since we changed up the order of meeting and he got to sprint over here.
Good morning. Sorry for the delay. We weren't quite ready. So this is a presentation that we're required to do annually under state law to provide information about how we're doing on housing programs As you're all aware, we have the housing element, which is a component of the general plan. It's required to be updated every 5 years. We're just about done with that process for the 2019 update. We'll be seeing that. But this is an annual report that sort of shows how we are going through, how we're doing along the housing element. There is the allocation requirement known as RHNA, the Regional Housing Needs Assessment, that is done every 5 years by the state. It's distributed throughout the state to the various counties and regional governments. For us, the COG is our regional planning agency. There's only 2 local agencies, the county and the city, so it's pretty easy for us actually to do that. If you're in a larger urban jurisdiction with many cities, it becomes quite more controversial over the distribution of that housing. What I'd like to do is first introduce you to the latest, the newest employee in my department, Fatu Samuel, and she has been working on this report. The state law changed last year and made the report much more complex than what we've had to deal with in the past. So rather than have the full report, which is this huge spreadsheet, which we couldn't figure out a way to get it up on the screen, so because it's one of those spreadsheets that you have to scroll back and forth to see. We've got just some summary pages of that information. We've already submitted it to the state. It was required to be submitted on April 1st. And this is just an opportunity for you to sort of understand some of the information that's been submitted and for the public to comment. So with that, I'll turn it over to Fatu.
Hi, good morning. Can everyone hear me okay? Okay, so I'm going to be presenting the Housing Element Annual Progress Report for the reporting year of 2018. So let's begin here by discussing the purpose and need of this report. So as Peter mentioned before, this is just to monitor our progress with our housing element and tell us where we are as far as our housing production, our housing site inventory, and as well as our the programs that we have implemented in our general plan in the housing element. And also, like Peter mentioned, this is state mandated. It's the only element in the general plan that requires both certification and review from the California Department of Housing and Community Development. And again, like I mentioned before, this is required by law. So basically the process is HCD sends over the forms to us and we complete it, and then we send it back to the Department of Housing and Community Development as well as the Governor's Office of Planning and Research. So to summarize what I've said in the previous slides, we do this to help us identify any challenges, housing trends, engage with the public, as well as just measure our overall success with our housing element. So here are some screenshots of the working numbers. This is what the form looks like. It's in Excel, and it basically walks through all the different phases of the housing process, from the time the building permit application is submitted to the time where the permit is issued to the certificate of occupancy being issued as well. So it requires a bunch of different information. For example, the APN, the address, what type of housing is it? Is it a single-family residence, an accessory dwelling unit, multiple family? The building department from Permit Plus determines a valuation of the building proposed, and that valuation is then entered into HCD's affordability calculator, and that is how I determined the affordability based on our jurisdiction, which the categories fall into either very low, moderate, or above moderate income. And majority of our homes here in Calaveras County fell into the moderate and above moderate category. So it asks you for dates of all those different phases as well. And then you move on to the certificate of occupancy section as well. And it then asks you, was this project approved by any streamlining processes? Presently, our streamlining process is for accessory dwelling units, and I'll get into that later, but majority of them, the answer to that was no. And this is the summary table. When you get to the end of crunching all the numbers, the Excel does the generating for you, and it gives you the summary of the regional housing needs progress report here, and I'll get more into that as well in the following slides. So the next table is the program implementation status report, and like I said, our active program within the planning department is our ADU streamlining, which omits the process of getting a duplicate application, permit. So you don't need a planning permit and a building permit, you just need a building permit now to make the process easier for members of the public. So to go back to the RHNA assessment, so like Peter said, that number is given to us, and we have that period of 5 years. And so it gives us our totals here. To date, from the time the application was submitted, we have 45 homes in progress to reach our goal of 1,709. We have 597 units to date, and our total remaining is 485. And that is the end of the presentation.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Questions from the board? This is an annual report that we put out. So it's an informational item. Supervisor Stopper?
In your summary here, so this, you said it's a 5-year plan, 2014, 2018, so the 2019 is the final year on this 5-year cycle.
Right.
Okay, understood. Now, we're looking at a total remaining of RHNA, and this is something that's reviewed by the state and the county as we move forward. Us coming short doesn't necessarily penalize us, does it, in any way?
Not currently.
Not currently, but the future projections may...
There's a number of pieces of legislation going through Sacramento that proposes to link meeting the RENA allocations to funding of a variety of things, particularly with transportation funding. There is a lot of pushback on that. So far, the proposals of the last couple of years have not been successful in Sacramento, but every year the governor and the legislature proposes new things to try to emphasize the construction of housing, particularly more affordable housing. It's a much bigger problem, obviously, in the Bay Area and other urban centers where housing is really at a dramatic lack, as you could say, dearth of affordable housing. But, the usual attempt by the legislature is sort of a one-size-fits-all approach. I'm actually on a committee of other planning directors around the state that works with the legislature and lobbyists for CSAC and other organizations to try to bring the county perspective to the legislature so they can understand the effect of some of those proposals. There was the most recent, I think it was SB 50 by Senator Wiener, that fortunately was put on hold for a year, gives us a little more chance to work with the legislature to make it more reasonable. But every year there seems to be new proposals to make counties and cities more directly responsible for actually providing the housing. The RENA allocation is, again, it's sort of a 5-year increment. 5 years ago, the projection for housing for growth in the county was around 9,000 people. It's now been down scaled to about 2,000 people over the next 20 years. And so the RENA numbers will actually be lower, but we're concerned, and as I sort of got the impression from your comment and the faces on the board members, that linking these numbers, which is something the county doesn't really have any control over. We can provide the opportunity, which is what the RENA currently is.
It's up to the developer.
Opportunity for development to occur, but it's really up to the private sector and the housing market to make that housing.
Yeah, if I don't want to build an apartment building, I want to build a large house, that's the difference between low income and high income. Absolutely. Thank you for the information, Peter. Thank you.
Supervisor Mills?
Yes, Peter, thank you for mentioning about COG and transportation, because that's kind of an onerous thing considering how much we depend upon those funds here. For projects that maybe not be in the pipeline right now, but should be in consideration because of their ability to make use of low-income housing. Is that going to be giving them any kind of an advantage or an incentive to want to go in that direction in their project?
I think what the state is asking the cities and counties to do is come up with programs that provide incentives, as you suggest, to build more affordable housing. And we've got a number of programs in place that work with our housing community, or the I'm trying to blank on Kristen's agencies.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, Kristen's agency, working with them to look at different programs that are available. What can we do from a land use perspective? What can we do from an infrastructure perspective to encourage more affordable, the full range of housing? We don't seem to have a problem with providing for the moderate and above moderate. That's the market usually takes care of that. It's the other the rental housing for even lower income or moderate income, which would be school teachers, firefighters, county workers, are typically fall into the moderate income category. So we've done okay with that in the last several years, and we're actually compared with other jurisdictions, our numbers are pretty good. We've done a fairly good job of providing opportunities for more affordable housing and meeting the full range of housing types.
I guess my point is that I don't want to depend upon ADUs as a solution to the problem.
It's not the only solution. It's just one component.
But I look across the board at the APN numbers for my area, and I'm finding those are ADU units. So I would prefer that we look to future development and saying, how can we incorporate the low-income piece into that and not depend just on ADUs?
Well, and that's absolutely what we're trying to do. We actually have a couple of projects that are in the works right now that working with the Stanislaus Housing Authority, which is our regional authority, for some projects. So I think the next year numbers will look even better than this year.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Callaway.
I'm real interested in what you perceive as the challenges. I mean, I've heard what you're saying, but there's things we're not touching on, like Airbnbs. And is there something we should be considering on that? Accessory dwelling units you talked about. I'm not sure what that looks like anymore. Are we reducing the parcel size, or are we saying, it depends on the size of the existing house?
So
are we changing driveways?
The changes we made to the accessory dwelling unit ordinance correlates with the recent changes in state law. We have a very liberal, there are any residential lot, any lot zone that allows a residence by right is also allowed an accessory dwelling unit by right. The change we made last year was, you may recall, that we eliminated the extra fee and routing requirement. It added probably another 3 weeks to the process and additional costs. That same routing was done with the building permit, so it was an unnecessary procedure we went through. But our standards mirror the state standards as far as there are no real specific requirements other than meeting building code and fire safety requirements. So we have complied with that. You bring up the issue of Airbnb, and I think in some communities in the county, vacation rentals are potentially a problem, particularly in areas where there are high tourist rates. That's a problem across the state where conversion of single-family homes that would be available to the normal rental market for a permanent resident have been converted to housing. I mean, I was in New York 2 weeks ago, and I saw signs on the subway about reporting illegal vacation rentals. So it's everywhere, but particularly on coastal communities like Tahoe and places like Murphy's, which have a very high tourism rate. And So rental housing is difficult to find because so many of them are only open on, they're filled on the weekend and vacant the rest of the week. So that's an issue I think we probably will want to address sometime in the future. It's not a high priority item right now, but it's certainly something that's on my radar. I think the biggest issue really is the cost of construction. When you're paying $300 a square foot for construction of a new home, that really prices a lot of people out of the market. And so we need to look at, are there ways that we can reduce costs? Much of that is simply the cost, cost of land, cost of materials, cost of labor, and mandates that the state has on building code and fire code and those kinds of things. So there's a lot of constraints that we have. The state is expecting the cities and counties to come up with solutions that in many cases are out of our control.
So on the objective, the one on that one, I wasn't real clear when it said alleviate multiple fees. I mean, we don't have redundant fees.
Well, what we did was eliminate an $1,100 planning application fee. We don't require that application anymore, so there's no need to charge that fee. It was just, we found that it was an unnecessary procedure that someone who wanted to build an accessory dwelling unit had to go through. So why are we forcing someone to do this when it's unnecessary?
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Stopper?
So you're still going through the building permit process. It's just that part of the planning process on accessory dwelling was not needed.
It was an extra step that was unnecessary. You still need to get a building permit, yes.
Thank you very much. And we've discussed before, and I hope once we get through the myriad of projects we've got going on, we can take a look at things like Title 25 and how we could allow people to build in rural communities at a different pace. Maybe we'll have to talk through all that.
That will be
After
something
general
I'm sure
plan,
that we'll come up with the housing element, which will probably be for the Planning Commission in July, before the board in August.
Yeah. Thank you very much. This is an informational item. Is there any public comment on this item? Al?
Al Segala, Taxpayer Association. Boy, we're blessed with a good planning director. He's identified basically our whole argument, and this is reducing the cost of construction, eliminating unnecessary regulations and fees to lower the cost. When you lower the cost, the market starts to work and bring about solutions. We submitted comments for this, and the comments sometimes called for changes in CEQA, which, of course, you're not capable of doing. However, changes in CEQA are needed if we're going to solve the problem. The essence of the problem of housing shortage is overregulation and overtaxation. This is not coming mostly from our county, although sometimes we contribute to that. It's come from the state. So the state created a problem, and it's now asking local government to solve it using their rules, which caused the problem. Okay, so the California housing shortage is caused primarily by overregulation and excessive taxation. Well, the county does not have the ability to reform the California Environmental Quality Act. We do advocate such needed reform. And this could be done through association of counties, through CSAC and other ways. And also, some of that communication can be handled by associations of planning directors. And so there could be things I don't know about that are going in the right direction. Well, there's 10 points that we thought that might be considered. Energy. We oppose increasing the requirement above current standards and suggest reviewing these standards for necessity. Remove any government obstacles to advances in energy savings. 30-foot defensible fire. The distance for the protection should be based on the nature of combustible materials as determined by local fire experts. What's the state doing telling us how far how safe 30 feet is, or 100 feet, or 200 feet. He doesn't know. It's a one-size-fit-all thing that the state imposes on us. We don't need that kind of stuff, which means we have to approach the state and ask them to make some changes. ADUs, second dwelling unit regulations need to be respectful of local CC&Rs. In July 2018, Calaveras County revised its second dwelling unit ordinance to comply with state law. We support the revised ADU ordinance and would like to see the application of fee reductions.
Thank you. Patricia?
I'm all for not charging so many fees. I think that a one-step process would be good so that people are not wasting their time and being led in the direction that they may not be able to go. But one of the things that really concerns me is the amount of domiciles that are adversely affected by pot growing inside them, and people not being advised as to the fact that that was happening, and houses being closed down. So I don't believe that the figures that are here or in the general plan as it's being written are taking into consideration all the buildings, homes, places where people could live are not being counted. And I think it's misleading to the state and to our community by what's happening. So, like for instance in Mr. Stopper's district, they've found 12 houses just by one group of alien people that were growing pot on a big scale. You know, I don't know what happened to those houses. Maybe they sold as is. But the thing about it is that our housing is, it's skewed by the fact that people are growing pot in them, and some of them are being disabled. So that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. This is an informational item only, so I'd like to thank Peter very much. And welcome. Nice job. We're going to take a 2-minute, or Kristen, you need to get things set up? So we're going to take a 3-minute break for Kristen to set up, who is no stranger to hard work. So, thank you.
Item 32, Health and Human Services Agency, receive a presentation from the Calaveras County Homeless Task Force.
Testing. Oh, there you go. Okay. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Yes, we are still morning. Kristen Stranger, Health and Human Services. Today, for this first item, I sit before you as a member of the Calaveras County Homeless Task Force, providing a presentation. I will tell you there was going to be many homeless task force members. We were banking on going after lunch, so they are here in spirit today. Okay. So this is the second update that we have provided to the board in regard to a number of activities that are being done. It's actually perfect timing to go right after the housing element presentation, because a lot of the items that we're focusing on do have a nice parallel and work in conjunction with those Peter's presentation. So a little bit about the Homeless Task Force. Again, this is a task force that's been meeting since May of 2018, so we're about a year old right now. And we have been, it's a really diverse task force. I'll show you in a second the types of members that are invited, but it really is multifaceted. We have everyone from various county representation to the U.S. Forest Service to community-based organizations, faith-based organizations, all entities throughout our community really working together to identify through how a coordinated community-based process we can identify needs and strategies to assist our residents in Calaveras County that that lack stable housing. We utilize each task force meeting to share resources, and as you know, we do have a Central Sierra Continuum of Care, which has primarily throughout the years been the focal point of accessing homelessness services, whether it be emergency solutions grant funding or what have you. But that is a multi-county body, right? We've got Amador, Calaveras, Tuolumne, and Mariposa. So we do work together very well, actually, within this vein, but we do have various needs within Calaveras County that are very specific that our homeless task force really provides responses to. And as you know, with the governor's budget the prior governor's budget, there's been a multitude of resources that have come down from the state level over the past year. So there's a lot to navigate in terms of identifying what resources would work best for our community. So that, again, that requires a strong coordination with the Central Sierra Continuum of Care. One thing I wanted to say, again, because this is the second update we've provided to the board, that it's been a really cool development, is to really see our faith-based and community-based partners coming together for some natural collaboration, kind of outside of government, just where everybody recognizing that we all play a part in addressing homelessness needs within our county, and some of us are better at certain areas than others. And so, we've seen our faith-based partners begin to open up their doors at least one day a week. A few of them, I think there's 2 churches for sure that do it, and a third who's beginning to implement it, to do things like shower days, right? We had this issue where some homeless individuals in our community were in need of showering, and we had heard about this thing, we'd heard about the shower bus in Tuolumne County, and we kind of dialogued about how could we try to meet that need here, and ultimately decided, taking cost into consideration, this is something that we can formulate another solution to. And so we're beginning to see, again, more and more of this natural collaboration going on county-wide. Other faith-based providers are beginning to talk about how amongst their own congregations they can begin to provide homeless camp cleanup days and just things like that. Again, re-emphasizing the point that homelessness is not a county issue that the county is solely responsible for solving, nor is it a faith-based issue, the faith-based partners. It's really a community-wide issue, and it does necessitate everybody having a piece of it in order to address that need here. So again, members invited, as you can see, business communities, city partners. I won't kind of go through the whole list, but just re-emphasizing the diverse membership throughout the committee. We meet monthly and have been meeting monthly for the past year. Okay, so at the last update that was provided to the board, we were prepping for the point-in-time count for this coming year in 2019, and a number of you all were actually very active in this, as well as members of our community. So at the time, I had shared with you, we didn't have a really good community participation in the point-in-time count from the previous year, which led to numbers that were not what we believed to be accurate of what was really represented the need in our community. So with truly robust collaboration, we saw a huge uptick in terms of community participation to do the point-in-time count for this year. Really, that kudos goes to the Leadership Calaveras group. They were the ones who pulled that all together and developed this response for this year. And as you can see, the results demonstrate what are more accurate numbers than the previous 19 people that were identified, right? So we saw in this year's point-in-time count 186 individuals that met the HUD definition of homeless. As you know, depending on which funding agency or which entity it is, that definition of what is considered homeless will vary. For the purposes of the point-in-time count, the HUD definition, 186 people were identified as homeless. Of those 186, 24 were under the age of 18. And then again, going to our community, wanted to identify further those individuals that had needs that lacked stable housing but didn't necessarily meet that HUD definition. We felt that data was important for telling the story of our community. So a 30 individuals were identified as couch surfers. I've been asked a couple of times, like, where were they? What specific district or what have you? And I can tell you, I just happened to pull up the data before I came today. it's everywhere. There was no distinct area that had a tremendous amount more than others. When you look at the numbers and where people were, they were throughout the entire community, which again speaks to the fact that we don't look necessarily like our partners in Amador or in Tuwala. I mean, we share a lot of similarities, and when it makes sense, there are things that we do share, but we don't really have a distinct city center. Like, we don't have a Jackson, we don't have a Sonora, and so our service delivery has to look a little bit different here in Calaveras County because we have very distinct communities that are scattered throughout our entire county. Okay, so today I'm going to take you through updates on a number of the items that we had spoken about last time. We were kind of at more of the infancy stages of some of those initiatives, and so we've made some progress. I wanted to make sure that the task force was able to update you on where we are on those various things. So we're going to be covering today our Calaveras County homeless plan. We're going to cover our HEAP program. We're going to cover No Place Like Home, provide updates on the homeless mentally ill outreach and treatment program, as well as workforce housing. So that's what we're going to be covering today. Okay, so last time that I was here, I mentioned that in order to go after the first round of the No Place Like Home funding, which is funding for the development of housing that targets those that are homeless or at risk of homelessness and have severe mental illness. And so we did completely as a community come together, and we're able to pursue the first round of No Place Like Home funding. But as part of pursuing that funding, we had to have a homeless plan that was developed that met very specific criteria for how that information was gathered. And we needed that plan in order to pursue that first grant. But since we were already needing that plan for the purposes of that grant, we figured we'd kind of get the most bang for the buck and did an entire county-wide homeless plan to really identify all of the needs and start to prioritize strategies from that, because again, we already needed it for another grant. So our homeless plan is complete, though it is a living document, so we will need to go through it. You know, we're talking about people, we're talking about various funding comes with different rules and requirements, and so this plan very much needs to live and breathe and be able to be adjusted, but for now, we have finalized it based off of the first information. So what did we find from our homeless plan? So it's a larger document, but I synopsized it into 2 slides with just a couple of points to take you through today. So the first slide is going to be about challenges. So what are our challenges? The increasing homeless population. Throughout looking at the data from the point-in-time count, we saw 81% increase in individuals experiencing homelessness. Again, these numbers are a little bit, I take issue with them because we didn't have the really robust response the previous year, right? So we just are seeing individuals increase in terms of those that are chronically homeless, as well as those that are first-time homeless. We're identifying a lack of shelter and housing options, and that lack comes from all spectrums. It's a lack of emergency, transitional, permanent supported, as well as workforce or affordable housing. We're seeing skyrocketing housing costs, which kind of really needs no explanation. Peter was covering that earlier as well. Rents are high. It's expensive. This is a very expensive state. And then the complexity of the homeless population. Again, homelessness is a very complex issue. It involves mental illness at times, job loss, jobs in general. It's a very multifaceted issue. So the complexity, it's never going to be a one-size-fits-all when it comes to trying to assist our community members that lack stable housing. So the prioritized strategies that came from the homeless plan are the need to coordinate our data collection and strategic planning, when it comes to pursuing each of the new funding resources that are coming from the state or federal or even local level, we need to have as accurate of data as possible, and we need to have demonstrated collaboration. That's what most of these grants are asking for, and that's what we need to make sure we have prioritized in terms of being able to pursue them. We have the need to increase shelter and housing inventory, all those ones that I just took you through that are our needs, from emergency to transitional, et cetera. We have all those needs to increase the actual brick and mortar in our county. Expand stabilizing supports. Some research tells us that the most effective way to help those individuals who are transitioning from homelessness to self-sufficiency and permanent housing, a lot of times there are other factors that are needing to be addressed, right? So coupling that with supportive case management, connections to services, many of them health and human services related, but not all. A lot of it is engaging individuals, social support networks, or what have you. Expanding our stabilizing supports. And then we've identified a need to strengthen community collaborations. Examples of that is our homeless task force. That's a good example. Coordinated entry system, which is required for accessing homelessness services. Sierra Hope does that here in Calaveras County. They are our coordinated entry point, as well as utilizing our existing data systems that we are required to use per the feds, like the Homeless Management Information System. And then finally, the last strategy is pursuing emerging opportunities. There are a lot of emerging opportunities right now. So we, as a community, are identifying, as each of those come down, which ones are the best ones for our county, what addresses our needs, and then pursuing them when we have the ability to. So this is a visual just to kind of synopsize this all in terms of need. You can see we have everything from emergency to bridge to permanent to workforce, showing that the coordinated entry is required, and then the services. So I don't know, I like this graphic. I think it kind of puts it all together, and it's cute. So okay, so an update first on one of the initiatives. So one of the first funding sources that came from the state was the Homeless Emergency Aid Program, right? So this was that state money that was given to Continuum of Cares. In Calaveras County, in the Central Sierra Continuum of Care, what they decided to do is to divide the money equally amongst the 4 participating counties. So what that meant was that each jurisdiction received approximately $300,000. So Calaveras received about $300,000 to address emergency shelter needs. So we had been dialoguing as a homeless task force about what we wanted to do, what we thought was the best strategy. We researched other communities. We received technical assistance from other communities and talked a lot about what would be the best approach for addressing emergency shelter here in our county. And what was ultimately decided after many, many months of dialogue was to pursue a scattered site emergency shelter project in the form of utilizing tiny houses that were in a couple of locations throughout our community, and then were supported by case management and helping individuals transition to self-sufficiency. The proposal continues as is. We're looking at approximately 10 units, about 3 to 6 units per site. That's all budget depending. That'll all depend on budget, but we're looking at approximately 10 units. We're looking at 2 sites throughout the county. So when I first was here in December, I had said we were looking at 3 sites. As we're working through it, we're realizing that 2 sites would probably be a much more doable thing. So the 2 proposed sites still remain at the Blue Mountain property up in West Point. They've been an integral partner from the very beginning, willing to kind of be the first ones to go on this pilot adventure, and try to address the need as a county. And then the second site, the proposal is for here in San Andreas, next to the behavioral health building between the library and then where the behavioral health clinic is. And the Homeless Emergency Aid Program, you're going to see another item later that's related to the shelter crisis. They provided legislation that allows for counties to utilize county property, whether it be leased or whether it be owned, to address emergency shelter needs in the most recent piece of legislation. And so those are the 2 proposed sites. It would require coordination of a coordinated entry system because that's a mandate. And then, of course, utilizing intensive case management supports that's in line with the Housing First model. So we are to the point now of making that come to a fruition, that project actually come to fruition. So some next steps that we are working on is there's an item that will be coming before your board today about initiation of asking for the board to direct staff to initiate a rezone for the Blue Mountain property up in West Point, which is necessary in order to be a partner in this project, in this pilot. We'll need to do all of the county procurement processes, release an invitation to bid that meets all standards, and then, of course, we are finalizing program administration plans, and then the contract. We're working on a contract with Sierra Hope since they have expertise in terms of doing homeless case management. My team does case management, but more in the treatment realm, right? We do behavioral health case management, or we have employment case management as part of the various employment programs. Sierra Hope has expertise in terms of doing general homelessness case management, so we're seeing that could be a natural collaboration to work together. And we continue to say that the goal is to implement this pilot project by winter of 19 and 2000, by this coming winter. We've been dialoguing with other communities like 14 Forward and Yuba County, as well as another program in Sacramento. And we've gathered all of their implementation documents, their programmatic rules, talked to them about like if you could do anything different, what would you have done differently, and kind of learn from those lessons. So we're finalizing a general programmatic plan that we know will have to stay fluid, right? But we feel like it's a good jumping off base, and we thank our subcommittee of our homeless task force who's really working through the nitty-gritty details of that. Okay, another initiative is the No Place Like Home program. So this is primarily coming to the mental health plans. The Behavioral Health Division has been primary lead of this. This is money, as you'll recall from your ballot in November. This is the Mental Health Services Act monies, where counties are receiving a portion of monies, of non-competitive money, that many are utilizing to leverage against competitive monies at the state level to construct or rehabilitate, in some jurisdictions, actual brick and mortar for housing for those who are severely mentally ill and engaged in their recovery plans. So Calaveras County worked very collaboratively with the Stanislaus Housing Authority, who has been a tremendous partner. I can't speak highly enough of them. They've been a great partner. They are our housing authority, contrary to the name that they actually serve a multitude of our counties up here. And we believe, 99% believe, that we've been successful in the first round. We don't have our funding letter yet, but all things are pointing to we were successful in the first round to develop 5 units of housing for individuals here who have severe mental illness. So we're looking at approximately 3 units for individuals, or maybe a couple, and then 2 units for families. So again, that would be done through our housing authority, but in collaboration with us. And there are multiple rounds. There, I think, are 4 or 5, I believe 4 rounds ultimately of funding. So we are, of course, having to prepare for future rounds, but we're in those infancy stages since the first round isn't really even here yet. So that's an update on No Place Like Home. I have to give a lot of accolades to my team, Susan Sells and Lee Kimball. Their leadership, we had one of the highest scores in the entire state in the first round, so that's huge. We are really proud of being so competitive in the first round at that state level. So, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah.
I want to thank you very much, Kristen, and thank you for keeping us informed. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you for keeping us informed, at least as we've gone through this process. This is an informational item only. Other questions from the board? I'm sorry. You weren't done.
Oh, I'm not done.
I'm very sorry. That's okay. I'm looking over at Marita, who's scrolling along with you. She goes, there's more pages. I apologize, Kristen. Please continue.
I will talk quickly. So the last 2 items we just wanted to give you an update on is the Homeless Mentally Ill Outreach and Treatment Program. The state released $100,000, which anybody knows is nothing in terms of development. So what the plan is when we receive these small amounts of money, we're looking at trying to combine them with other resources to develop small scattered site projects throughout the community to address the multitude of needs. We're talking, so one project that we're working on for the future is looking to combine veterans housing funds with some No Place Like Home and do a joint project in the future. So we've been working with the Housing Authority, who does possess money for veterans housing. So we're looking again at all the various populations. Can't do them all at once, right? So we're having to be mindful of which one is coming down and what we can do. And then this is one that I think really speaks to just how collaboration can be successful. About 2 years ago, the Housing Authority approached us because they were looking to purchase some land to develop housing in our community, but they didn't really know what our specific population. So we worked with CAO's office, and we've received feedback from Human Resources and just kind of everybody at the beginning. And the need that was identified at that time was the need for workforce housing. So that Peter was just speaking to this. We're talking about that $850 to $1,000 per month rental range, no connections to programs, no requirements to be specific to a program, and so workforce housing. And they did go ahead, they being the Housing Authority, pursue that, and they are breaking ground in September of 2019 on a project here in San Andreas, which will be a workforce housing project, and it's looking to pencil out at, I believe, 23 units in total. It's between 20 and 25, and they're working on the specs of that. So that's pretty exciting to see a real project come to fruition. So again, this is my last slide. Our request to your board, this is an informational item, but we just wanted to show that in the future when we do rolling out projects like this, there's going to be a number of times we need to return to your board as we pursue forward. But we're looking for generalized support on the scattered site emergency shelter project today, as well as the two items which will go next after this item. So with that, I can take any questions.
This is information, man. Kristen, again, my apologies.
No worries, that's fine.
Questions? Supervisor Stopper?
I appreciate all the work and collaborating with all the different entities and people throughout the county that's moved this forward with the requirements by the state significantly. I like that you are showing it's built around recovery right now. That's a good step towards helping the people that are willing to help themselves and put themselves in a situation that can help, and with supportive case management and so on. And, you know, when I talked to you before, Kristen, you did bring up a certain issue that is a concern of a lot of people. Not that we shouldn't be doing something like this. This is definitely needed. We need to support the people that want to help themselves in moving forward. But, you know, with certain studies, you know, building it and they will come. And that could be a concern, you know, as in other areas around us as we go forward. So, I mean, we'll tread slowly forward and carefully, and I would hope that you would continue building it around recovery so that we can help the people that need it.
That's a very valid response, and the subcommittee has really grappled with, you know, we're receiving this money, and the approach that we've chosen to take for our community that we'd like to recommend taking is to serve less people, but really deep, right? To really make sure that we're providing the opportunities for individuals to really move to permanent supportive housing, really engage in services. Other communities are doing various ways, right? Another approach can be serve a lot of people, but kind of shallower. We talked about that, and that has there's pros and cons on both sides. But for this community, we really felt like making that investment and providing those intensive services can really help people to transition. We've seen that in some of our other behavioral health transitional housing programs that's been successful. So, you know, there's going to be pros and cons on both sides, but that's the model that we're most supportive of.
Thank you.
Supervisor Mills?
That was kind of cool. Sorry. Kristen, you know, you and I have talked, but I'm concerned also about traction, and that if we have this enthusiasm to want to go out and to do this, that we are already engaging in a way that we'll be able to sustain it for the longer term, and not just for the next 12 months or even the next 5 years. And also, who is going to be maintaining the program, and to what extent that expense will be a burden on your office or other offices as they try to keep it going. Cabrini Green sits in the back of my mind, and I don't forget it. So government can play a role in developing housing, but it can also go horribly south if we don't have a full engagement over the long term of how to maintain what we put together. So, and remember, there was a mayor called Jane Byrne that lost her seat over the idea of trying to live there for a while. So we don't want to put ourselves in that kind of position, and hopefully everybody has thought about that as to how do we do this for the long term and not just for the moment.
Thank you. Supervisor Callaway?
About a year or two ago, I was asked to help a family who were being evicted from their house or apartment. And I had to go to Tuolumne and Amador to see if there was a place, because we have no temporary shelter in Calaveras County. It was pretty embarrassing. As it turned out, Amador and Tuolumne were both filled, and they couldn't accept it. Calaveras residents, and they said that they frequently got calls from Calaveras. So I felt, you know, we were never doing our share for our residents. So what I'm not clear is the homeless task force proposing like a temporary shelter such as Amador and Tuolumne have?
So we are proposing the scattered site emergency shelter as the mechanism for addressing emergency shelter. So we're not proposing a centralized shelter like they have. We're talking about a scattered site approach.
So how long could someone remain in the scattered, which, I mean, I support that too, in the scattered shelter?
So best practice shows emergency shelters could be up to 6 months, That doesn't mean that's what it is. Each individual is different, and they would be involved in developing a transitional plan. And so that could go a lot faster, depending on if we were able to identify a resource. I mean, because that resource doesn't necessarily have to mean you're moving into your own apartment. It could mean you've reconnected with your family and you're moving back in with them. It's going to look a little different. But to answer your question on the furthest end, we're looking at a maximum of 6 months.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. This is informational, as I said now 5 or 6 times. But is there a public comment on this item? Ms. Lambie?
Good. It's still morning. Good morning. My name is Katrine Lambie. I'm a board member of the Blue Mountain Coalition for Youth and Families involved in this scattered site project. We're very thankful for the work that Kristen has done. It's been really wonderful to work with this team. We've learned a lot of things. We're trying to cover all bases, but this is a pilot project, so we're going to learn some things. Our organization is committed to making this a successful project. The community is very supportive. We believe that that's a key element. And these, in West Point, the tiny homes will be in the middle of town, all eyes on it, the fire department across the street. I mean, and I think that matters. We'll have all kinds of support and eyes on the situation. Should something derail, we're going to know it really fast. Should there be an issue, we can have firemen in 2 seconds. So I think that is also a great way for a community to become aware of the homelessness situation and to perhaps come up with creative solutions. I think this is a start, and it's a really positive thing, at least for our area. So I'm very thankful, and I hope that you all support this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Katrina. No other public comment? We'll bring it back to the board. Thank you very much, Kristen. And I think you've got the next item. And we've got about a half hour left, and we've got a lot of people who've been waiting here. I'm guessing that we're probably going to get to the Public Works dig once after lunch. But I want to be respectful to the people from CCWD who have been patiently sitting here all morning. So I will take a time out and break through precedence. And if you want to give your comments now and leave or stick around till after lunch, I want to make sure that we're accommodating because we're kind of moving at a different pace than we normally do.
Really appreciate it. We actually can't be here this afternoon, so we'd love the opportunity to comment.
All right, well, is the board okay with changing that up so that they can get their comments in now? And then we'll have our presentation after lunch. So, Kristen, if you want to just stay for the next item. Mike, if you want to give your comments.
We want to call the agenda items so that they can be added in the record.
Very good. Would you call the agenda item? We'll just open it and we'll do this comment and then we'll postpone, then we'll come back to it after lunch.
Item number 30, Public Works, receive a presentation regarding the Calaveras County Dig Once policy.
Thank you. And
Really appreciate the flexibility. Chair Garamendi, members of the Board of Supervisors, thank you for the time. I know there are a few other utilities here in the room. Just to let you know, I don't know if you want to give them the same opportunity or wait till the agenda item this afternoon.
Well, you guys all have to take off after lunch as well? Okay, we'll have the opportunity. We'll just be patient.
Thank you very much. And I apologize for submitting a comment letter on this item just this morning before your meeting. I know that's bad form, and we had intended to get it to you sooner, but that was the best we could do. The main point I want to make today is we're committed to working with the county on arriving at a policy that achieves the goals of the Board of Supervisors and works for the utilities industry. I also wanted to just congratulate Mr. Alt on your new appointment. I think, just based on your hairstyle, I think the county did a great job in hiring, and we look forward to getting to know you and working with you on this and many other issues. So welcome. And just in general, we support the Board of Supervisors prioritizing road maintenance efforts. Congratulate you on the recent settlement with PG&E. That's going to go a long ways in supporting those efforts. And really, we believe Calaveras County Water District should be a partner in that because of the amount of work that we do in the county roadways. We understand that work can have impacts, and we want to collaborate with the county on minimizing those impacts and doing it in a way that is efficient for ratepayers and your constituents as well, which in many cases are one and the same. So we submitted a detailed comment letter that goes through the policy point by point. I'm not going to try to address all those points in my comments here. The main takeaway that I would want to leave you with is just in terms of process. I realize that this is a draft document, and we appreciate the opportunity to comment on that document and work with the county. My request would be that another round of review and comment is circulated prior to bringing this to the board for consideration of final approval. You'll see in our comments we think that there's a lot of work that still needs to be done in this policy. So we would really like the opportunity to work at the staff level, work with the Public Works Department, and come up with a policy that works for everybody. And so far, we haven't been afforded that opportunity. We've done a lot of outreach with the Public Works Department over the last year. There's been increased collaboration among the utilities and between Public Works and the utilities over the past year. But this policy was a bit of a surprise to us. We've heard discussions and mention of a dig once policy for quite some time now, but we hadn't seen the specifics until this policy was circulated last month. So we think there's a way to do this that doesn't negatively impact the utilities, that supports the county's effort to improve road conditions, and we would just request the opportunity to continue to work with the Public Works Department before bringing this back for final approval. And really, that's the main point I wanted to get across, other than the specifics that we included in our letter. We took a critical view of the policy that you'll see in the letter, but overall, we're here in a spirit of cooperation, and we look forward to that opportunity.
Thank you, Mark.
All right.
Are there other utilities that cannot return after lunch for the presentation that would like to make a statement at this time? With the board's discretion, with the chair's discretion, I'm going to give utilities at least 5 minutes to make their points.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Supervisors. My name is Damon Wyckoff. I'm the Director of Operations for the Calaveras County Water District. I just wanted to really briefly say that I think there's a tangible opportunity here for us to work together, just to kind of follow Michael up to kind of improve the cooperative effort that I've seen thus far, and just to kind of provide some subtle details of what has gone on since I've come on board in November. In December, the district has started working with the county to require compaction tests on all of our patch paves for repair. And we've also asked that all of our field supervisors reach out to the county and allow them to review our patch paves prior to final paving. And so I think that's gone a long way in bridging the gaps that I saw when I first came on board. I think moving forward, I would just really appreciate the opportunity to sit down with Public Works and work on this document together. I think it would be greatly important for the county and for our ratepayers. Thank you.
Thank you. You guys all cannot return after lunch, right? Yeah.
Dan Murphy of Murphy Sanitary District. I want to echo CCWD's assessment of the draft proposal. There are items in it that the language does not work in our county. In my assessment, applying that 811 or the dig once policy works in counties or larger where you own all the utilities. That's not the case in this county. So again, to echo CCWD's assessment, Murphy Sanitary is very interested in moving forward with the further draft discussion of this. This will become predominant in importance for us in the upcoming years with our collection system replacement. And we'd like to be kept in the loop and help. The Dig Once policy is a great policy. We've already tried through a Highway 4 corridor collaboration with small districts to implement a lot of the spirit of the Dig Once. We'd like to keep with that. But we identify there is issues that need to be tailored to our county. The interest with Murphy Sanitary as far as with CCW is our customers, your customers, they're the same people. Our interest is to offer and provide a good product at the end. We know we're responsible for it, and again, we'd like to keep with the process, this process moving forward in tailoring it more to our county than it is in first read through.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we will. We are going to drive forward to lunch. Let's see if we can get your items done, Kristen. We'll suspend that item and come back to it after lunch. Kristen, you have item 33.
Item 33, Health and Human Services Agency adopt a resolution declaring a shelter crisis in Calaveras County pursuant to Government Code 8698.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Kristen Stranger, Health and Human Services. So this is the second item of a kind of a three-part item, the first being informational, the two being action requested. This is a shelter crisis. This is a statutory template that was provided by the California State Association of Counties that many jurisdictions are implementing the shelter crisis as a way and means of addressing their emergency shelter needs. This complements the scattered site emergency shelter project I just went into detail about. Basically what it does is it provides a couple of provisions, not all of which are super beneficial to us, but again, it's a state template, so we're utilizing that state template. Really, the focus and importance of declaring a shelter crisis is it does allow jurisdictions to suspend housing standards to the extent that strict compliance would prohibit or delay mitigation efforts, basically meaning there's a lot of state regulations, and so there has been this latitude provided for local jurisdictions to be able to address this without as much red tape, state red tape, I really can't say it any differently, in terms of housing standards. Now, that is probably more beneficial for jurisdictions that are maybe doing like a tent city where they need lower levels of housing standards, right? They're doing tents and they need just the bare minimums. We're proposing emergency tiny houses, and so we're talking about a whole higher level of building. So we're looking to procure housing and community development approved, so state approved units. Not super beneficial to us, but again, that is part of the shelter declaration. It also allows for local jurisdictions to be immune from ordinary negligence in the provision of emergency shelter. And then again, this is the last part which I'd kind of spoken about before. It provides a legal basis for certain facilities designated by the county to be utilized. So that's allowing the use of particular portions of land for addressing emergency shelter. So for those main three reasons, and then also to reaffirm the commitment of the county to address homelessness, that's the item before your board today.
Questions from the board? Supervisor Mills.
Yes, Kristen, we talked about this. I had a couple of issues that I wanted to be sure were adequately addressed, and One had to do with the type of housing, whether or not that we would be meeting the same standards as we would with any other residential unit. Are we assured that it will do that?
Yes, so we have a logistics work group that does the details. It's composed of the CAO's office, building, facilities management, economic development, so a lot of the county departments who are more familiar with these areas. So we worked with building to develop a reasonable proposal where if we're not going to use traditional building standards, what will we use? And ultimately the recommendation is to only procure state-approved units. So we're talking again about a higher level of building standard.
I definitely don't want to put someone in a homeless situation in a lower quality or a lower standard of house that, you know, that I would put anyone else in. And likewise then place them at a risk because of it. I would want to be sure that our building department has weighed in on this and that they concur before they sign off on any occupancy regarding this type of housing, if that's what we're going to do. Secondly, I have had some pushback from people on the campus regarding security issues. If we were to place that type of housing here right next to the government center, in the government center, and that I would like to hear from risk assessment as to, you know, they've weighed the options and decided whether or not this would place any kind of security issues for those that work here or are here on a regular basis, especially during off hours, because you may find that they end up using the restroom facilities here on campus. They may end up using or taking advantage of the situation of being this close for other reasons, and hopefully non-nefarious purposes primarily. So.
Yeah, that I completely understand. I haven't heard any specific concerns addressed to me from individuals. That being said, that's obviously a conversation topic. Anytime you're working to serve some of the hardest to serve community members, there's going to be inherent risk that's associated with it. And I cannot tell your board that everything's going to be completely seamless in this project. It's not going to be. We are going to have issues. We are going to have individuals who don't follow exactly what we think they should be doing. That being said, we're developing a programmatic plan which we believe mitigates the most possible risk possible. We've communicated with law enforcement about increased patrols. We're developing very strict guidelines about what you can and cannot do. We have a full outside evaluator who's evaluating the pilot. We are proposing to have units that are fully contained, meaning this concern about utilizing county facilities is not a concern. These individuals will have a shower, restroom, and sink within their actual units. I believe that the two departments that would be most affected, probably because of their proximity to the units where we're proposing, would be the behavioral health clinic, which my team already sees many of the individuals who have mental illness and are likely potential short-term people who would be staying at these units, and then the librarian. And speaking with our librarian, we already have individuals who are homeless who are in the bushes right around the library and such. So while I completely understand and respect the concern, I do believe that actually we could probably see the opposite by actually housing the individuals, making very clear rules and expectations, and then helping them to transition as quickly as possible to self-sufficiency.
And the third item that I had brought forward to you was the issue of communicable diseases, and that where they are now, they're not really in our radar screen. But when we start bringing them into a location, a single location, then we have the potential to have those diseases brought up. So I know that you'll be monitoring that and probably aware of who in your shelter, but you know, how do you ask them under HIPAA what's the situation that they're in, and how do we help them once we find out, and who else could they possibly affect?
Yes, I understand that concern as well. Again, we're not talking about a mass central area where everybody's living amongst each other. We're talking about individuals within individual units. From a public health perspective, actually having individuals who might have some sort of a communicable disease in a single area where they are being provided connections to medical treatment is better for our community than having them throughout the community, having them throughout the community where we don't have an ability to connect them to services. When it comes to communicable diseases and under the jurisdiction of our public health officer. If we identify someone, which again, we don't identify someone unless they actually test positive for whatever that individual disease is within a local medical facility, it's our responsibility to quarantine them anyways. And so we would be responsible for that from a public health perspective. So when we're talking about longer term potential issues about the more serious of the communicable diseases, there are a whole another set of public health standards that will come into play and requirements. If we're talking about other communicable diseases like the flu or sexually transmitted disease, no, we don't intend to screen everybody for communicable diseases that are going to be coming into these. That isn't our intention. Our intention is to connect them to resources and to medical services and to other services to help them access the treatment that's necessary.
Thank you for your responses.
Supervisor Stopper? All right. So this is an action item, or is there any public comment on this item? Tricia?
The Valley Springs businesses, including Marval, secondhand stores, post office, that large building is what I'm talking about. I was in the secondhand store one time, and this last winter, and I go, what's that noise? Because it was like up in the ceiling. And she said, oh, that's the homeless up there trying to get warm. Just thought I'd add that.
Thank you very much. Other public comment?
Jennifer Stewart, District 2. I do have a question. Is if we take the grant money that you're after for all these different programs that the state's offering, does that mean we're on the short end of the stick when the state decides to send other people from other counties because we have facilities set up? It just feels like when you take free money, you get the other strings. And I'm concerned. We have a small community. We have a small in law enforcement situation. We have a local hospital. We don't have facilities for mental health problems that are exacerbated by people who are coming from other counties for us. I'm way okay with taking care of our own, but I sure don't want to be on the receiving end of Sacramento County, San Francisco, all of that, where their problem comes to us. Anyway, that's my point.
Thank you. Are there other public comments? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board.
Jack,
Supervisor Stopper.
that last comment, I did bring that up, and that's very legitimate. That's what I was trying to say in a more shy way earlier during the last agenda item. It is a concern because sometimes when you build it, they come, and so I think the structure behind it is Kristen and everyone working with her has been very thoughtful about this and building it so that it's for people that are already on the track towards recovery and are willing to help themselves. A majority, and this was a question that came up to me while we're discussing it off of campus prior to this, is the fact that a majority of the counties around us are already doing the larger scale ones that are all in one place. And these are the type of areas that you're talking about. And I think that this is why they're talking about the scattered site, limited numbers, provide them the most help that they can while they're in there. But it's not going to be as many beds as other places can provide. So, I mean, that's going to put a bottleneck in there for building it, and they will come.
More discussion or a motion?
I'll move the item as is.
We have a motion by Supervisor Stopper. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Callaway. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Kristen, you got one more item. You got 5 minutes. Can we do that, or do you want to?
I can be quicker than 5 minutes.
All right. I'm going to be impressed.
Item 34, Health and Human Services Agency, pursuant to 17.86.020B, Direct staff to initiate a zoning amendment for Assessor's Parcel Number APN 008-018-003, owned by the Blue Mountain Coalition for Youth and Families located at 174 Spink Road in West Point, from U unclassified to C-2 general commercial to accommodate a county-sponsored emergency homeless shelter pilot project.
Kristen Stranger, Health and Human Services. So this last final item is basically what the recommendation just said. The property up in West Point, the Blue Mountain owns, is currently classified U. The designation of C2 is warranted in our county in order to provide emergency shelter. It's surrounded by C2 property, and so we're basically asking the board to direct us to begin an initiation of a zoning amendment.
Any questions from the board? Supervisor Mills.
Were there any costs to Blue Mountain involved in this rezone?
There is. So in the financing section, I'll just read it to you. A zoning amendment application cost of $5,529 with money allocated to planning, public works, and environmental health. The cost of processing the zoning amendment would be shifted to those apartments or general fund. Several policies in the housing element of the general plan provide assistance to the development of affordable housing and special needs housing and the use of the site for this purpose. So within that section is the...
Could this in essence be a cost recovery through some of the grant funds that are available?
No, that's not what we're proposing.
Just trying to find an option here.
I think, Supervisor Mills, I think you'll notice that this is directly in downtown West Point and it's unclassified. How we got some of these zonings is a mystery. We're going to spend the rest of our life trying to figure out how you literally find a piece of property in the center of town that's unclassified. So
what we ideally,
here's a problem here.
We're ideally going to be doing that is finding a way to do this through the general fund then to offset the cost.
Well, Kristen, is that the case? Yes.
Okay, I just want to be sure that that's clearly stated out there so we know what we're doing. Okay.
Supervisor Stopper? No? Public comment? Seeing none, bring it back to the board. Is there further discussion or motion?
I'll move this item, Mr. Chair.
Moved by Supervisor Toffenelli, second by Supervisor Stopper. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. We are breaking for lunch. See you at 1:30. Is he here? He's here. But good afternoon and welcome back to the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors meeting. I hope everybody enjoyed their lunch. We will be returning to item 29, which we opened in the first half to get some public comment from agencies that had to leave. Excuse me, we did on item 30. Item 29 is a separate item.
Item
So, Robin?
29.
Thank you.
Public Works receive a presentation on the My Calaveras County Citizen Relationship Management System.
Josh?
Good afternoon, Chair Garamendi, members of the board. My name is Joshua Pack. I am your director. There we go. Again, thank you, Chair and members of the board. My name is Joshua Pack. I am your Director of Public Works and Transportation, and I'm very excited today to introduce to you for the first time formally the My Calaveras Citizen Relationship Management and Service Request System. Before we get started, I do want to acknowledge and appreciate the flexibility on behalf of the board, staff, and public for the family emergency that occurred yesterday. I apologize to members of the public and staff who were in the board who were affected by that, but I'm here now and I think everything's good. So we'll move forward. So really quick on the background and what Public Works was doing before we found this system. We had a real basic system that was in place. It was embedded in our accounting software. So I'm sure when you think service and service to the public, you think accounting. I certainly don't, but it was in our system. We took advantage of it when residents came in to the counter, when they called us, when they sent emails. We could throw it into our system, create a log of it, and then we would pass that email, basically an email from person to person until it got to the right person. We could get basic information, but it lacked a lot of functionality. And in reality, it was a 20th century solution for a 21st century problem. We didn't have the ability to take additional information, things like photos, videos, put that to the request. We didn't have the ability to directly assign it to the person responsible. So as you can imagine, as it goes through 3 or 4 people, if one of those persons in the chain of command isn't there, days or weeks can happen before that request gets to the person responsible. I think 2 of the key things that were most glaring was the ability of people like myself to actually track and monitor what was going on with a resident request, and the inability of the public to know what the status of their request was without having to call us. And so, if the residents call you, if they're frustrated and something's not getting delivered, and you call me and ask what the status of that is, I'm left scrambling trying to call people and find out what's going on, and that system doesn't work for you, it doesn't work for the public, and it certainly doesn't work for us. And so there was an opportunity to look for some new options. The thing with the goal of that option to really improve our ability to be transparent to the public and to hold ourselves accountable to a higher standard of service. Some of the things we were looking for better access through our website, as well as mobile devices, realizing in the last 10 years these mobile devices have become one of the most powerful tools available, and there's an opportunity for us to use those.
I hope everybody enjoyed their lunch.
Okay.
We will be returning to item
Something's
29.
going on here.
We opened in the first half to get some public comment from.
Is that me, or?
Had to leave. Excuse me. Somebody have the meeting open? Well, actually, we did that in item 30.
I wonder if it's me. It's not me.
Item 29. Public.
It was me. My apologies. I had the meeting open, and so my apologies on that. So some of the other things it did, there's the access through the mobile devices, access through the website. Still have the traditional way. Folks can still call us. Folks can still come in the counter, email us. But we wanted an easier way for residents to engage with us. Instead of having to go through the frequent calls and the check-ins, they can go in really quickly, make a request in a really easy-to-use interface, and then be able to get emails and updates on that. The ability for us to get more information gives us an ability to be more responsive and more accurate in our service request responses. So pictures, video, files, all that stuff gives us more and better information to respond quickly and accurately. Again, being able to auto-assign a task, so this within seconds of the person making the request, that request is routed to the person responsible for actually doing that request. So that cuts a lot of the bureaucratic red tape out of our process. Instead of taking hours, days, or weeks from time to time, that request is now getting to person within 2 to 3 seconds. Again, on our side, the ability to track, monitor, alert us as requests are coming due. It reminds us that those requests are due. It's a really valuable tool. We also wanted something, realizing that this could be an opportunity for others in the county. We wanted something that was easily scalable, as well as something that was a reasonable cost. We think we found that solution. The proposal we have today, the system that we have, it's about $11,000 a year. It has a small escalation factor year in and year out. When you really look at it, you'll see a lot of the benefits of this system. When you really look at it under the guise of being more accurate, being more timely, not losing, being more responsive, I think the payback directly and indirectly is exponentially bigger than the cost of this. Again, I mentioned also it's an enterprise solution, which means anyone, and has unlimited users, which means that anyone who has an interest in improving their relationship with their customers could potentially take advantage of this. The users here in the county alone are vast. There's also opportunities for folks that maybe have services within the county who maybe want to partner on this. I have reached out to some of these partners. Haven't heard anything back from anyone formally committing. That's not unusual. You want to see it work before you actually commit. So we're hoping that after time, people see hopefully how successful this is, that they'll want to come in. And again, it's the more people we get in, the more people get a chance to use this as a one-stop shop. Really advantageous for the community and for others, and those costs get defrayed. So the more people in, the less cost per user, and everybody wins. The timeline's been, to be honest, it always seems when you're in the neck of things, it's going excruciatingly slow. When you step back and you look at it, it's been pretty quick, actually. It's been less than 5 months from when we actually went live to being here in front of you today. So we started with the agreement that started January 2nd. Over the next couple of months, we executed we set up the software, did some internal testing, making sure it works. April 17th, we did a staff development and training, and that went straight into a go-live date. So Public Works is actually using this. We did not advertise to the public. We wanted the opportunity, as we began to interact with public, as well as have our staff start using it. We wanted to have a little bit of a cushion to make sure we had some knowledge, iron out any bugs that would occur. It's gone very well so far. Very few issues to speak of. About a week or two ago, we did publish it on the website. Again, we didn't formally advertise that to the public. Again, starting this off slow instead of ripping the Band-Aid off at once, kind of a very slow rollout before we go fully live. It is on our website. This is where it's at. It's not on the very top of the page, but if you scroll down a little bit on our homepage to the What's New section to the right, under the Road Repairs and Maintenance, there's a little icon that says Submit Service Request. And so you click on that, it takes you directly to the site, and I'll show you an example of what that looks like here in an upcoming slide. There's a couple of steps before we're formally done and we're fully live. Obviously, meeting with you today is one of those steps. In the next 3 or 4 weeks, we've actually requested both the Android store and the Apple store to post the app. There's a mobile app that folks can download free of charge, use it however they see fit, and I'll show you what that looks like, but that'll take probably about 3 weeks. And then once that's on, then we want to advertise it to the public and officially go live with some press releases and information, hopefully sometime in mid to late June 2019. So the next couple of slides show you how we interact with the public. There's 3 different ways. We have an internal site that staff uses to populate. It's great for our folks who still use traditional media. We do have a constituency who like to come in person, like to call over the phone. We want to still give them the same service or better service than we had previously. So we have that service. We do have the external website, that link I just showed you. I'll show you what that looks like, and then I'll give you a sneak peek of what the mobile platform looks like. So this is the internal website. Again, you can see it's not really cluttered with a lot of stuff. It's pretty basic. The requests that are asked are pretty basic. This one is request type. So we've clicked on drainage concerns. You can see the description. We can put a list of what's going on, what the detailed information of what the concern is. Address is a huge issue. You think that it's easy enough, you get an address, you know where you're going, but if someone tells us Mountain Ranch Road, Mountain Ranch Road's a pretty long road, and if someone says there's a pothole on Mountain Ranch Road, it could take us hours to find it. And so being able to put an address, if they don't have an address, you'll see a pin in the middle of that page. You can actually drag that pin around and drop it to the exact location. Again, giving us more tools to more accurately respond to the request. The custom fields too, this is in some of the apps. For this one, for drainage, we can ask questions more specific to drainage. We know if the issue is an immediate hazard, if it's something that's a little bit more long-term. We know if it's on private property, if it's located within the public right-of-way. All of these things allow us to more accurately get a response to residents. We can set priority. We can set the approximate working days. To the right, you'll see an attached file. We can attach videos, pictures, whatever we need in order to get that information timely to the crews. And again, within seconds, once I hit that submit blue button on the bottom, it takes about 3 seconds, and that request is to the person responsible to take care of that request. The external request, this is, again, if you click on that link on the web page, it goes right here. Again, this is a little bit of a watered-down version, but it still has a lot of the core elements. Of course, we don't ask residents to set the priority. If they did, everyone would put today. Sometimes that's just not possible. So, but we do have a lot of value. Again, address, they can make their type of request. This one, an example, is for pothole and pavement maintenance. Again, they can drag a pin to the exact location. For potholes, we have a couple of different requests. What's the size of the pothole? Is it causing an immediate traffic concern? Are there multiple potholes? Again, this gives us an idea. If it's a pothole but it's not in the travel way, that might be a little bit different priority than a pothole on a busy road right in the middle of the wheel path. Those are 2 very similar requests that may have 2 totally different response times. So again, getting that information gives us a better tool to prioritize our very busy schedule. This is, again, the sneak peek of the mobile app. It'll look a little different than this, but I'd say 95% of this, or to 99, is about the same. I think the only difference is the color of the boxes instead of being blue or red. But here you can make requests. It also has other features. We can send out announcements to the public. We can give access to the main website, main phone number. If the board has an interest in having people contact them, there's a public persons link that we can actually provide your contact info. They can go right on this app and connect you directly. I'll leave that up to you if that's something you interested in it or not. But from there, you navigate through the system, very easy to use. This request is also, we've kind of pretended that it was for drainage. When you actually go there, it uses the GPS on your phone to auto-locate exactly where you're at. So you can see I was in my office when I did this, 891 Mountain Ranch Road. And then you can use the app to, again, report a lot of these issues. You can also use your phone to take pictures, take video, and then auto-send it to us directly. So if there's a traffic obstruction, whatever it is, if you can use your video on your phone, you can send that to us, and that helps us, again, more accurate and timely in the response. Because sometimes communication can be, especially if we're going through 2 or 3 people, or if we're not getting it firsthand, sometimes the translation gets lost through those steps. Having that direct connection greatly improves the chances of us responding accurately. A couple of slides I'll show you. This is the internal notification. So this is the sort of email that our staff will get as soon as a request is made. So again, within 2 or 3 seconds, this particular request was one of our first that we put in. It was for something up in Marita's district. And so this one goes directly to the crew member responsible and anyone who I want or who we want to get this request. So supervisors, as a director, I'm getting these. So we're all aware of the request, but the actual person who's responsible is actually assigned to that request. So again, the gentleman responsible got this about 2 or 3 seconds after I put this in the system. This is an example of what the residents get. So this is a valuable tool because a lot of times residents will call, we'll say we're on it, and then they don't hear anything. And so they may not know, maybe it'll take a week, maybe it'll take 2 weeks, maybe sometimes it's a request we can't get to for 3 or 4 months because it's a grading request on a road that we don't do until the spring or summer. This way, the resident's getting emailed updates and alerts of what the status of their request is. So this is a request in San Andreas. The request was completed, so the second that request is done and the person logs it as completed, the resident gets an email letting them know that the request is completed. So again, that question, or sometimes you don't see the request and you're wondering what the status of it is, the resident's getting emails in real time of what's going on with their request. They could also engage with us directly as part of that system. If they have questions of what the status is, what's going on, they can click on their request, see what's going on, and engage with us in real time. The last thing, this is the parts that I geek out about, the data that's part of this. There's tons of data that I can use to monitor the performance of our crews and our response to the public. We can look at a variety of data, we can add users and add request types. So again, very easy to do. If a different department, for example, code enforcement has an interest in coming on board, we can easily integrate them into the system. It goes live. I think on the app page, it takes a few hours and it goes live. And so very quickly gets up to date and its tools. And again, there's lots of different uses for that. This is just a few that I pulled up for you. We've had this going about a month, so we've had 88 requests in a month. That's higher than I was anticipating. My prior experience was I was expecting 40 to 50. 88's a lot, especially for spring, but this is again highlighting why it's so helpful. Most of the requests I'm planning to get, and most of the requests we typically get, are pavement concerns, drainage concerns, and vegetation. And our stats over the first month don't dispute that. Drainage and roadside vegetation are more seasonal issues. Those will peak and ebb and flow. Pavement tends to be a year-round issue. So we'll see that pretty steady. The other two will kind of ebb and flow throughout the year. Then there's a bunch of different requests that are a little bit smaller, but we do everything from trash and debris removal, signing and striping, road safety. Dead animal on the road, that can be reported out as well. Again, dead animal, you want to talk about a request to handle immediately. That's not something you want getting lost in the musical chairs of communication for a week. This is request by service area. I thought supervisors would be interested in seeing this. We've had 88 requests over the last month. Arnold is our winner in this sweepstakes. They've had almost half the request. The rest are pretty easily spread, fairly spread between Jenny Lynn and San Andreas. Glencoe has the lowest amount per geographic area. We're also trying encroachments. We only started this a couple of weeks ago. We think this is a valuable tool to engage with our public works inspectors as they're inspecting driveway requests, utility encroachment permits. It's an easy way to interact. Again, the public can get approvals a lot quicker than when they're out in the field. They can see something, click it as complete. That public can get approval of their permit performance a little bit faster than what they could through a more traditional paper version. Another cool thing, we can do a heat map, so we can actually see the frequency of requests based on heat. And so ground zero is the Arnold area, as you can see, but we do have some other areas that see a fair bit of requests. But again, as expected, more densely populated areas are where we're going to see more frequent requests. So that pretty much wraps up my presentation. Again, really excited about this tool. I think it's going to bring a lot of value to the county. I think it really, one of the key things is it really pulls the county and our residents closer together. It eliminates some of the bureaucracy. It gets us in a more direct relationship, more collaborative. It allows residents to see what's going on. They engage more with us, get more insight of what's going on, and then they can see in real time what we're doing to try to resolve their concerns. And then both on our side, on the public side, they can track and monitor performance and what's going on with their individual requests. Before I end my presentation, I do have some thank yous. IT has been helpful throughout this process, Stan and his staff. The staff, Excella is the software we're using, appreciative of their help. Deborah Showman is in our HR department and a burgeoning graphics arts designer, and she helped us with some of the graphics. Very appreciative of her time and effort. She did that on her own time, was just interested in doing that, and likes doing it. We got some really cool graphics out of it, and thank her. My managers, two of my staff, Mark Henselak and Kelly Zonerzer, have been very helpful as this. And then I would be neglectful if I didn't highlight road admin staff and road maintenance staff, because no matter how great a system is, if it doesn't take buy-in from your staff, it's not going anywhere. And so our admin staff in particular has just grabbed this by the tail. They love the system. It's a huge improvement from what they were doing. Our maintenance staff as well. And there's always, a couple, it's a different tool for them. They're not used to interacting with technology. But I've offered personally, I've gone down and talked to one or two of them, walked them through it directly. My staff's been working with them. I've got probably most of them are on board. I've got one or two that are still learning the ropes that, very talented people, but they just aren't familiar with a computer. So we're working with them, and I've committed to their success. So they will be successful. And I said, I had a person in my prior jurisdiction who didn't know how to turn on a computer. And within 3 months, they were using the system and they were comfortable with it. So I have complete faith in that. So again, a big thanks to my staff. Again, if I throw this out there and I don't have their support, this fails. So that's all I have, and I'm willing to entertain and answer any questions you may have.
Supervisor Toffenau.
Yeah, Josh, great presentation, great job. Will be very valuable, I think, to our constituents. I see here that it's supposed to go out to public or officially launched on June 3rd. My questions were once you launch it, how are you going to launch it to make it available so people know it exists and be able to use it? Are you going to use media? How are you going to do it?
Yeah, Supervisor Tofinelli, there's the press release is the most valuable tool. So, working with local media outlets, newspaper, print, radio, that seems to get a lot of the word out. I mean, I can put it on our website. We don't get a ton of traffic, but outreach, reaching out to some of our larger partners, whether it's utilities, whether we may have, we work a lot with our county service areas. Rancho Calaveras is a large county service area. We've already shared this with them. They've actually been using this a little bit to submit service requests. So I think there's another opportunity there is to reach out with some of our key constituents who have a large following. The Pine Tree, other websites, blogs and social media. Facebook is a great example. Going to where the folks are. If we do it traditionally, while we just put it on our website, not many people are going to know about it. And so my plan is to reach out proactively. And again, this is a really calculated, systematic rollout because it's kind of baby steps. If I throw everything all at the same time, there may be a little bit of pushback. So it's kind of testing the waters one step at a time. But at the end, my hope is a full onslaught of outreach through traditional and social media.
Supervisor Stopper?
I agree. This is a fantastic tool to facilitate, taking care of the roads and everything. I think this isn't the first time you've implemented this either. So you have experience with the success from it in the past. And I appreciate you forwarding some of the links so that some of the people down in the Jangolin area could use it, because they did put it on some of the social media sites, and I'm sure that's where some of those service requests have come from since, and they are discussing it down there. And as you know, my district in Rancho Calaveras can be a hot spot, and you know, they definitely are vocal about it, and now they have an avenue where they can see what's going on with it. I really like the transparency part of it, seeing when the one of your road maintenance workers go out, check on, let's say, a pothole. Yes, it was checked on, and then it gives you a timeline on where that's at, and possibly, you know, when it could possibly get done, and then when it's done, them receiving the confirmation that, look, we got to it, we got it done, and thank you for, you know, facilitating the reporting of it and everything. So I think it's a good step in the right direction, and you're right, it's going to cut out a lot of red tape in the future, so that, you know, it's a good thing all around, I think.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Supervisor Stopper. And to highlight on one thing you said on the timeline, most folks are really reasonable, and they know that if you tell them you're going to get to it in this amount of time and then you commit to that, even if you have a timeline and you're really busy and you can't commit to it, but you promise an alternate timeline and you say that we're going to get to it by then, and then you do it, most folks are really reasonable and they understand that. Every once in a while you run into someone who isn't, and that's part of life. But in reality, it's that unknown factor. If they get the request and they don't even know, you don't get a response and anything's that we even got it, that creates, you know, and then in the absence of knowledge, I mean, they're going to reach out to you, they're going to reach out to me, they're going to reach out to social media. This is where this tool can be extremely valuable, and the indirect value of it is having that kind of interface that kind of bridges that gap and creates those realistic time frame and expectations. So thank you.
Supervisor Callaway.
Mr. Pack, this is what's on the website, but that isn't what you showed.
So what
am I missing?
So what link did you click on in order to see that? Because there are two.
Public
So let me go
Works.
back. Oh.
Calaveras County Department of Public Works.
I will fix that. Thank you for finding that. So the new site that I showed you, I'll bring it back here, is actually on our on the main page. So you just go right to
So
the Calaveras
here's your main page.
Not Public Works main page. It's actually on the county's main page. So again, this is why we roll things out a little bit slow, is because we find things from time to time. So I will go back to the Public Works site, and I will make sure that that older link is no longer there.
Oh, this little puppy right here.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh.
So.
Gosh, dang.
And and I'm happy to work with the CAO's office and IT as necessary if we want to move or relocate that to a more prominent location.
I hope so, since I've been telling
I will-
everyone to go to the other one.
I will forward the word to through our new CAO to our IT director,
Got it.
and I'll take care to remove that link as soon as possible.
Thank you.
And I apologize for
Okay.
any confusion.
It shouldn't surprise you that the complaints are all coming out of District 3.
No, they're the challenges.
No comment.
Okay, you said it's 11,000 a year, 3% increase annually, unlimited users, and then you shifted to other people sharing the cost. That, I'm not clear. Is it unlimited users or county, but if you go to special districts, what does that mean?
Yeah, so let me kind of expound on that. So the cost is $11,000. Right now, Public Works is the only user. So we pay, Public Works uses out of our funds $11,000, and which again is a huge deal compared to the benefits. If I get each of these users out of here, theoretically, if I have 11 users total, let's say they're all county users, and we all pay $1,000, we'd all pay $1,000. So it's not $11,000 per user, it's whether I have one person or whether I have the entire, like every department, let's say special districts had an interest, let's say CCWD or Public Utility District or whoever else had an interest. Now, in my prior jurisdiction, we used it, it was a county feature, but it's certainly through pretty straightforward amendments or agreements or some sort of memorandum of understanding, very easy to incorporate that. And as I said, the more users, that cost reduced for each user.
So if, let's say it's CCWD or another special district, can they have a different form?
Absolutely.
Or-
Yeah, absolutely.
So in each department, like code enforcement, you mentioned, they could have a different form than you do, all for 11,000?
Yes, yes. So the code enforcement, and I actually in my prior jurisdiction had code enforcement as a user, and so they had their own unique field. So as they were clicking on code enforcement, they had their own questions, whether it was vehicle abatement was underneath there, whether it was other personal, and the flow is different. So obviously those requests aren't going to go to a road crew member, but it auto assigns it to the right person. A little bit different. We're a little bit more, the information is a little more free. Maybe with code enforcement, maybe there's more confidentiality, so you can actually customize the confidentiality based on the need. So we can basically set those features to whatever they need. If CCWD had it, you can set up a link for their use, whether it was a water service request, or whether it was a leak. I mean, all those sort of things. It can be customizable. Anything you could think of that can get a customer request to you can be incorporated into this.
Now, what about snow complaints?
Snow
How
complaints?
are you going to manage those?
Yeah, so snow complaints are part of this. So one of the fields are actually snow concerns. So you can actually cycle through the request, click on snow, and that request, much like they call us. So they call us to take a snow request. Now, it's interesting with snow, obviously, the requests are far and wide, and some are on public roads and need to be taken care of. Other ones are on private property or et cetera. But this gives the resident an opportunity to interact with us and make the request, much like they did via phone calls or emails. They're now doing it through this system.
Okay. You haven't plowed my roads, and so they fill in this.
Yeah.
So how do you, how are you gonna manage that?
Let me walk you through an example. So let's say someone up in your neck of the woods, your neighborhood, makes the request for snow removal. They say the road needs to be plowed. So that request now, prior when they call us, we're calling around trying to get that person out there. That request goes directly to the road crew member responsible for that. So the road crew member looks at that request and looks at the priority. If it's a relatively light day, they haven't maybe got to that, maybe they're planning to get to it in an hour or so, they can respond automatically, hey, we're planning to get to that within the next 2 hours, please sit tight. The resident now knows that, and 2 hours later, they get to that request, they submit complete, and the resident knows that that road's been plowed. Sometimes, like this last winter, when things were haywire and we were struggling to meet demand, sometimes it takes longer. So the resident now, maybe, for example, we could respond and go, okay, we appreciate it, this is a residential cul-de-sac, we're trying to get to our major roads, we're really inundated right now, it's going to be some time before we get there. That might not be the answer the resident's looking for, but at least the resident's getting the correct response. They know what's going on instead of this chasm of unknown that they probably know beforehand. So ideally, when this is used properly, the resident's getting the information. It may not be the answer they want, but it's the information they need in order to make informed decisions.
And then my last question, if there's something that happens on a state highway, and for people, roads are roads, they don't think state, and they send it to Public Works, do you then contact the state or tell the resident to contact?
Great question, and actually, so this system actually, it recognizes, it recognizes the city. It's good with areas, it doesn't do well with roads, but what we do is we have an auto response, so we'll send the public a response saying, thank you for your request, this request is located on State Highway, here's a contact for your request. We'll also forward the request to Caltrans. Angels Camp's a better example because that actually, they will get an auto email letting them know that it's an Angels Camp, and it gives them the contact information for their Public Works Department. And then what we'll do as a courtesy is we also forward it as well. So we'll forward that email to Caltrans or to Angels Camp. But in reality, that happens within seconds. So if the public does send a request to Angels Camp, they'll get an email within 3 or 4 seconds saying that that's actually in their jurisdiction. It gives them the contact information, empowering them to be able to solve their problem, gives them that knowledge that they can call Angels Camp directly.
So they don't have to do email and phone, they could just do one or the other?
They're welcome to do both if they want, but we would encourage them, the email's great. Again, you get that automatic response. They can do both if they like. We're just, we'll go into the request and acknowledge that they also called. But in reality, we think this is a far easier way to solve that response. In particular, if it's a weekend request, a lot of times folks see stuff on Saturday and okay, you can leave, but if you want to get a response, if you want to make sure it's in the system and you don't want to leave a message, this is a great way to engage off hours to make sure we're getting it.
So I don't need my shovel anymore.
That's always good to carry one.
Thank you. Thank you.
Josh, I want to compliment you also. This is a great tool. I once saw a study when Caltrans started putting up the signs saying 20 minutes to Sacramento or on the Highway 99. Significantly reduces people's stress. Not that they have to wait, but if they know how long approximately, it really makes it better for people. So when we file a request or when any system does, it goes straight to, if it's in Paloma, it's going straight to Johnny, or Upcountry, it's going to Todd, and right to their phone or wherever they're
right to their mobile device. If they have a tablet, if they have a phone, if they're in their office, they get it that way. Of course, it's dependent on if they have service. So if they're in an area without service, it'll pop up as soon as they get into an area with service. But it's about 2 to 3 seconds from when you make that request.
And you're going to bring this thing live, or we'll take it public with the app in the next couple of weeks, and that's when we'll start pumping it up?
Yeah, so it's live now. The residents can use
app?
it. The mobile app will be available in about 3 weeks. And in reality, just for background, so again, it's very similar to rollout how I did previously. There's some lessons learned that make this a little bit more, you get the advantages of the second time around. So in reality, there was only about 5% of the total requests came through the mobile app. It's part of the service. It's free. It's a really valuable tool. But we still saw a lot of people engage through the traditional method. You're still going to get 50% of the people who still call, who still send an email. They're still used to that method. Over time, we've seen that. I saw that over the 2+ years I had that system in. We saw it shift more and more online, which is the goal. But in reality, we're always here to receive a request, no matter how it's done.
Thank you. Maria, one more question?
Well,
Or
maybe
Siri,
a few more.
Maybe a few.
On this one, the Satin to be potholes, it has login and sign up.
Yeah, so the residents...
public have to...
Yeah, the residents have an opportunity if they can make a request anonymous, and that's actually a system we can toggle on and off, because some requests we can make anonymous. I'm a fan of trying to be transparent, so we literally can't be. I was concerned the first time I did this that we make it anonymous and we get a bunch of crank requests and kind of questionable, and I never saw that. Never happened. I think one in my 2 years I saw that was kind of had some obscene language, but it was really well. If that came to that, we could require that. But in reality, there are some things that do require information. Like, for example, I used it for waste management, for integrated waste management. So if someone has a request with their service, we need to know their name and address so we know if they actually have service in order to respond to that. A lot of these, we don't need that. So the residents have an option. If they want that service, if they want to be able to get auto emails and alerts, they can do that, but they're not forced to do that. For most of these regular requests, they can just, choose to be anonymous, make that request, and then they won't get the luxury of getting the auto emails and alerts, but they can also remain anonymous.
Okay. But looking at this, again, road maintenance, potholes, I don't see a place where I'm supposed to put my name and phone number or name and email.
So when you actually make the request, it'll give you an opportunity to do that. So it'll say submit request, and then it'll say, do you want to log in or sign up? And then you'll do that, or you can say, I don't want to, and then it'll make the request anonymously. But it's that actual page is not on the request page.
Different than the system we now have, which is on our front sheet.
Yeah, different. It's in our accounting software. So, and even then, sometimes we get anonymous requests and we just put them in. People won't leave names or phone numbers, so. Yeah.
And one more. I know you're all
It's a great question.
Will Dory and group have access to this, that people call?
Yes.
What have you?
Dory has access, our whole front count. Actually, matter of fact, most of the requests, I was looking at this too, I didn't include it in my slide. Dory's putting more requests than anybody else. So Dory's the one that's kind of, running this. And so, yeah, if the public calls, it doesn't matter who. If it's Dory, if it's myself, she can access it, see what's going on in real time. And it's a lot easier than trying to pull up an accounting software, that's really meant for accounting. She actually it's a web-based system. So I can look at this at home on a Saturday night if I have nothing else to do. I can sit there and look at it and see what the status of a request is. Not that I don't have it to do. So. Fair enough.
Supervisor Toffenelli.
Yeah, Josh, at the beginning, you stated that you had 88 requests in already in a month, and you were saying that that's about twice what you anticipated. So if we're going mass media on June 3rd and sending this out, volume-wise, and Johnny and Todd, they're going to spend their whole day trying to keep up with, or, we could be inundated here in every day, not just get through today, well, then tomorrow, and so forth. So how do you handle that?
That is an excellent observation. One of the things I'd say is we're already getting these requests, whether they're coming in via here, whether they're coming in via phone call. These requests are coming in. So we're now getting them a way to track them. I would argue that this is a more valuable tool. And I'll give you an example. In the 2017 winter storms, we saw, in my prior jurisdiction, we saw our service request level triple, more than triple from what I anticipated. And so when you're trying to deal with flooding that you already know about, hazards you already know about, now you've got 120 requests. Some are that same request. Some are other critical requests that you don't know about. And others are like, pull the daffodil from my, from the side of the road, which is, it's a lower request. This tool really allows us to prioritize those so that we know when we're getting 120 and we know we can only get to 60. Now I can have a tool that can go, okay, here's the 60 we're going to get to. Here's the 60 that we can't get to in a timely manner. And now I have a way to report that back out to the public to let them know. Now, if that's an ongoing thing, let's say, for example, we're seeing this and we're kind of quantifying that and seeing over the period of months or a year or more that we're seeing too many requests that we can handle with, then my job is to make sure we get those resources, whether it's through a request through additional staffing. But again, right now, even without that system, we're kind of very reactionary. And this is still a reactionary tool, but we're just kind of running around to the latest concern, latest request. This allows us to really pull that data and respond in a really meaningful and thoughtful way. Like I said, if that gets to a point where we're getting more requests and we're not able to handle them, I would certainly come to you. But I think in reality, this is going to be a better tool. It's going to handle us, and we're going to be able to handle problems once instead of going out 2-3 times to respond to the same request. We now have that knowledge to make us more efficient. So responding more quickly and timely.
I guess that brings up another question then, as you're talking about if you had 120 and 60 would be what you could get to, and the next 60 would drop down, then the next day you get this many more and it's prioritized, and those 60 that you've dropped down keeps dropping down, and you keep going, somebody keeps going in to look on their request, and I'm sure in your prior history of doing this, you work those kinks out, but I could see something like that happening.
Yeah, and I appreciate the concern. I apologize. I think 60 was an arbitrary number I threw out. And so I just, based on my experience knowing our crews and knowing how well they work, knowing the efficiencies we're going to get, I'm not concerned that that's going to be an issue. If it gets to be, and now some of the requests aren't road crew related. Some are engineering related. Some are asking about projects. Some are encroachment permit. And I think that number that was a little higher reflects some of the little bit different requests we have. And so I don't see that happening. I think our crews, and like I said, we're responding to those same requests now. They're just coming in through different manners. So I don't see that a bunch of new potholes are going to pop up as a result, a bunch of new issues. If they do, I will come back and report to you. I feel pretty confident that that's not going to occur, but I won't know for sure until months down the road.
Supervisor Topper?
Another thing you just brought up that piqued my curiosity is when a request has been reciprocated multiple times, let's say multiple people see the same pothole. How's the filter work on there so that you know that they're all requesting the same item, other than it goes out to the guy in the area, and he's like, wow, these are all the same one.
Yeah. So when you make the request, there's a couple of different ways you can look at it. If you're just interested, if you're a member of the public interested in the request in your area, you type in your address and you can see the request in your area and what the status is. You can click and see what's going on. If you see the pothole, it's been a request that's already been made. You can actually, if you do that, you can actually click as a follower, so you don't actually make the request, but you want updates about the request. That's a valuable tool, because then you're not actually having to make a separate request. If you make a request and it's actually within a certain geographic distance, if it's within 300 feet, and we set that distance on the back end on the software, it'll send you an alert saying, oh, there's a similar request in the system. Do you want to look at it? You can see the request, and then you can say, okay, is this the same request? Then it'll say, yes, it's the same request. Do you want to submit? And the public may still want to submit a separate request, and then that happens pretty rare, and then we can I've done that in the past where you can actually, there's a system on our side that you can go in and go reconcile, and it'll take 3 or 4 of the same requests, and it'll combine them all to one. And it puts all the users in there, but it makes it just one request. So we don't have the crews responding 3 times to the same request. Yep.
Very good. Well, this is a public information item. Is there any public comment on this item? Tricia?
If I make a phone call to you from Rancho Calaveras about a pothole in front of my house, how much does that cost?
Patricia, what we generally do is we have public comment, and then we'll have sort of a wrap-up rebuttal
Well,
instead of a question
the
to
reason
staff.
that I was asking him was because I come up here and I make my comments, and then nothing that I say is addressed. Basically, I have heard that if I call in to Public Works about a pothole or anything else to do with the problems there, that it's going to cost the road fund $30 per each call. I'm asking about that. And I'm just wondering how much other things cost that are involved with Public Works, where they have the ability to charge the road funds that were put there to fix the road and not pay for telephone calls. Thank you.
Other public comments? Yes, sir.
Excuse me.
No worries.
My name's Alan Brumbaugh. I have just a couple of questions. First of all, will this be available to the CSAs and CSDs? Secondly, I'd like to know if you can math model the information so that you can do predictive models in the future. And I guess that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No further public comment. We'll bring it back. Josh, you have any? Oh,
yeah, I can absolutely.
Wait, one more. Chris?
I just wanted to comment a little bit on the mobile app and Supervisor Tofanelli's question. If we can encourage people to get into the mobile app world, we're kind of at the beginning of this. When they report, if they're in the location, we'll know. And even if we want it to be anonymous, we can still get location without getting any other data from the people. So it opens up a data trove that we can collect that will help so much in the future. Initially, it probably will be fairly limited, but as you push people into that world, you start getting a lot more valid information in real time, and it'll help filter that greatly, and it'll also give us great data points about what's going on. So this is just a fantastic start, I think.
Thank you. Very well. We'll close public comment. Josh, any last parting words?
Yeah, I'll respond to some of the questions posed by the public. So there was a request on how much does it cost. Difficult to answer specifically. We are responsible for fixing potholes. We are responsible for doing drainage. That's part of the road fund. That's the core tenet of why we get road fund dollars, is to maintain the roads. So there's a one-time cost of $11,000 for this software. And theoretically, that whether we get 1 request a year or 10,000 requests a year, it's the same cost. As I mentioned previously, I would argue that the value of this being more timely, more accurate, there's significant cost savings. I ran a really rough analysis 2 years ago on this. I found that the approximate value was about 20 times. We were saving more than $200,000 just in staff time and losses and inefficiencies resulting from the new system. That's pretty rough. I actually would guess that number would be a lot higher. But we can start as a baseline with probably a 20 times cost savings, if not more. As far as the CSAs and CSDs, the CSAs, it's already available. So the CSAs are maintained by the county. Those are, even though the CSA pays for the maintenance of that, it is maintained by the county. The CSAs have full availability of that. There's no additional cost with that. Obviously, if we go fix a pothole in a CSA, the pothole incurs the cost of that. But in reality, the actual cost of the services available to the CSAs, the CSDs, they're not in the maintained mileage system, so we couldn't just incorporate the CSDs into this. But if some of our larger CSDs had an interest in using it and piggybacking in, we could certainly enter an agreement with the CSDs and using it in the future. So that's certainly an option for those that are available. I think I answered all the questions posed by the public.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Thank you. We will close out that item. We will reopen item number 30, which we opened before lunch.
Item number 30, Public Works, receive a presentation regarding the Calaveras County Dig Once policy.
Thank you. Again, Chair Garamendi and members of the board, I am Joshua Pack. I'm your Director of Public Works and Transportation. And we're here on this item to talk more about the Dig Once street trenching and pavement restoration policy. So the goal of this workshop, and it is a workshop, it's a draft. Currently, it will continue to remain a draft based on input from you today. The idea is to discuss the need for a policy, introduce some of the key elements of the policy, and then solicit feedback from the board, and then solicit feedback from the board, from the public, as well as our utility partners. And I appreciate the feedback already from 2 of our utility partners earlier as part of this meeting. So the discussion and the idea of a Dig Once policy has been floating around for quite some time. I know that it was talked about when I interviewed for this position. I heard that a couple of times. But I would say one of the key things that really makes this pertinent moving forward is starting in late 2019 and 2020, this county is going to start making a sizable investment into our infrastructure. Between that time, over the next 3 years or so or more than $20 million will be reinvested into our roads. Part of that is Senate Bill 1, that's the gas tax, highway user tax. A big portion of that is the Butte Fire road recovery project in the roads affected by the SCAR or by the fire. But we also have a lot of projects funded through federal, state, local grants that also are applicable. 6 Mile Road's a good example. O'Byrne's Ferry, those are 2 roads that are in our program funded by various funding sources that are going to be improved here in a short while. Recognizing that when work is done in our roads, when work is done on public roads, there is a significant impact. And there are a number of studies in particular that identify that when you cut into a road, when you establish a trench into the road, that road life can be affected by as much as 6 years. And so realizing that we have this big investment that's we're about to undertake, realizing that underground work has an impact on our roads, and realizing that by and large, the roads are our single largest asset that the county owns. And so thinking of those things makes the need for some sort of proactive policy, brings it into focus. The next couple of slides, again, not trying to pick on anybody, but I'm trying to highlight that the issue of poorly maintained roads or poor construction methods is not located or limited to one area. This is a pothole or a repair that was done on Valley Springs in a CSA. As I mentioned previously in a prior slide, CSAs are maintained by the county. You can see in this slide that there's the patch isn't done that well. There's a lot of gravel that could cause an issue moving forward. This was on Valentine's Day. This was part of that big storm earlier this year. This is on Linda Drive in Arnold. I think this is a water line. You can see that trench completely failed. When you have poor compaction and that soil's not installed properly, any water infiltration and intrusion can cause the failure of that trench. And this is an especially concern because you see the conditions. It's very slippery. It's on a curve. Any car coming through there through any rate of speed that comes off the road could be damaged or things that could happen or worse. Murphy's. Now this is an example of a location of a water or some sort of wet utility that's leaked over time. And so even if the utility and the trench were done properly, it's leaked, it's caused the water to erode, it's caused a void, and the pavement's failing. And the pavement doesn't look that bad, but if you look underneath, there's a big void. And so again, if a car goes over that and that fails, that could be a significant concern. This is a pretty light one. I had to include Moke Hill as part of this. I had to find a slide. This is a patchwork done by telecommunications. Again, this is an earlier one, but this was done without our knowledge. It's a temporary patch. I think they meant it to be permanent. This will fail in a very short period of time. So if we can't track down this sort of thing, the county has a responsibility to the public to make sure our roads are safe. So we're not going to badger and between the owner, we're going to get it fixed. And so that's that we incur that cost to make those repairs. Snowbird Court, this just was a week ago in Copperopolis. This is a trench performed. Again, the trench itself is probably fine or is fine. Doesn't look very good. And you can see there's a for sale sign in the corner. And one of the biggest concerns we hear from the public is the aesthetic concern. Even if the trench is done right, it looks pretty bad. And it didn't leave the road in a condition of what it was before they got there. Not that Snowbird Court was the best road in the county, but it was in fairly okay shape. It is now less so because of the work that was performed. The last slide I have, this is on Russell Road in San Andreas. The actual trench was done pretty good, but that life I was telling you about, you can look on both sides of the trench and the acceleration of pavement damage resulting from that alligator cracking, the severe deterioration. That's likely caused, even though the trench is fine, the trench seems to be performing okay, the pavement around is failed and done pretty poorly. And so even when it's done right, we're just recognizing that there is a domino effect that can occur even when this work's done correctly. So we do have an existing process. We have what's called an encroachment permit process that contractors and utilities get. It does have a list of standard conditions. Most of those conditions are in the new Dig Once policy. Actually, Dig Once policy, I would say, is probably 80% or so of those existing conditions that we have elsewhere that's kind of combined into a single policy. There is some expansion on that, and I'll talk about that. But we do have an existing process. It covers us for the most part. Most of our partners and contractors, utilities, are good partners. They care about their communities. They want to work with us. They're good partners. They restore to a reasonable condition. We have some that aren't, and that's just to be blunt. And when that happens, we think that the taxpayers suffer with the poor work. Again, that's a reason why we're here today. That's the reason why we think there's a policy that's needed, and we'll be looking for you for feedback. The policy on this, as I mentioned prior, the board has discussed this. I've heard this before I came here. At our January 15th meeting, multiple board members cited the need for public works Dig Once discussions. I've also heard it from the public, not only at that meeting, but I've heard concerns about pavement issues throughout the meeting since I've been here, my arrival in October. Over the last couple of months, we've been working on a policy. We did submit that draft to the utility companies. We submitted that April 30th. We have been looking for feedback. Again, this is a draft policy. We're not recommending adoption today. We're just looking for feedback. We received, with the exception of the one that we received this morning that I believe you were all copied on, the response from CCWD, we have not received any other formal comments from utility partners. We are here today with you to talk about this, and so that's where we're at. Highlighting the policy, there's 9 chapters in total. I would say most of it is either stuff that folks are pretty familiar with or stuff that's pretty straightforward. I want to highlight 3 chapters in particular that are important. Trenching, the actual laying a trench, compacting the material in the trench, and then resurfacing. Those are the 3 issues that are concerns. Trenching and the use of the backfill material that's in there is one of our biggest issues. This is not just alone to Calaveras County. Everywhere, this is an issue. A lot of our partner agencies, a lot of bigger agencies in the roadway have gone completely away from allowing use of either what we call compacted backfill, basically soil that's been recompacted, or rock. They require cement backfill, a slurry type of backfill, just because they have too many issues dealing with that. This doesn't require that. I've recommended it, but it's not required because I do realize that if someone comes in and is willing to use the right material, put it in the right way, that it can be done successfully. So it's not requiring that, but it does make that recommendation. We do strongly urge as part of the policy that construction is done outside of the paved area, especially, we have a rural area, so shoulders can be a little, not available in places, but where we do have shoulder, we strongly recommend putting it there. The requirements are far less stringent in the shoulder areas than they are in the paved surface. Want to talk a little bit about, a lot of our standards are pretty similar to what we had previously, and I want to say one area that we've been flexible is recognizing the difference between dry and wet utilities. The impacts of fiber optics or telecommunications or low voltage electric are very different than the impacts of sewer or water. And so the new policy recognizes that and has little different standards for dry utilities, knowing that if a fiber optic fails, the impact to the road is significantly less than the impact of a 12-inch force main water line. So this does recognize that. It provides some flexibility, recognizing that there's a little different standard between the two types of providers. Compaction, again, this is the ability to take your material and push it down and smush it into so it's not movable, that it doesn't collapse anymore. Being able to test this is vital. We need to know when it gets put in, if they're going to compact material, we need to know it's done right. And when it's not done right, a lot of times we won't know for many years. It'll take years. So, and by the time that happens, it might be years or a decade, and then it's very difficult to, coordinate and cooperate. So, we require extensive maintenance, and when we're doing maintenance, not only are we doing the maintenance, the utility company is doing the maintenance, and we see a lot of issues. We have issues with the frequency, how frequency it's tested, our compaction, how compacted it is, but then even getting testing reports can be difficult sometimes. So the last thing, I think the one that the public's going to respond to the most is the resurfacing. What's that look like at the end? This is a change to our previous policy. I think this is where the core change to our partners is going to be seen. It does apply only to paved surfaces, but it does recognize that we're trying to hold a standard that when someone comes in and does work, we expect them to put it back to a condition at or better than what it was before they got there. And we also recognize that structural is not the only concern when you're looking at road repairs and road work. Not only aesthetics, but then the rideability, the impact on vehicles, as well as the life cycle of the road through uniformity. We've proposed 3 different categories, one of them ranging from roads in excellent shape to roads in poor shape. So the first category is roads in excellent shape. We're basically saying if the road's in excellent shape, we need you to return it to excellent shape or near new shape. So a lot of times we say trenching is prohibited. They can come back. There are options, but they're pretty onerous. Basically, the goal of this is to keep an excellent road in excellent shape. Category B, these are roads that are in good or fair shape. They're roads that maybe need a resurfacing or maybe have some attention, but in reality, they're still pretty good roads. They're in pretty fair shape. Really, I would have you focus on option 2. This, in my experience, seems to be the one that most contractors and utilities prefer. It's basically putting in a new thin surface on the road, like a slurry seal. You put the trench back in the right shape, but it still leaves that unsightly trench. It still leaves some rideability issues. When you resurface the road, it's a lot less expensive than overlays, and it gives that appearance and the rideability. So it's kind of clicking those boxes between structural, aesthetic, rideability, and then life cycle as well. And again, the goal is to keep a road that's in decent shape. It doesn't fall off any more than what it is. The category, again, being flexible, is we have a poor category. And this is roads that are in pretty rough shape. And it doesn't make a lot of sense, in all fairness, to require contractors to build a road back up to a good or great shape when it's in poor shape to begin with. That doesn't seem like there's equity in that. So we require a good trench, require it done properly, but no additional restoration is necessary. And in reality, a really good trench in these conditions will actually probably perform better than the actual rest of the road. So again, trying to put conditions, if the road's in good shape, they got to keep it. If the road's in poor shape, we're not asking them to like bump it up to a great shape road. We have a D category. I won't go into a lot of detail about this, but basically, if the utility provider knows we're going to pave the road in the next year, they know we're coming in, it's already scheduled, the board has approved it, and they're going to come in 2 months before. It doesn't make sense to have them repave the road when we're going to come back in with a larger project. It's cheaper for everybody. It's cheaper for them if they pay us an in lieu cash contribution. It's cheaper for us because then we get better cost economy of scale. So there is that option. It only really applies to roads in the near-term future. So if we don't have a road in our schedule, the in lieu doesn't make sense because then the public's forced with a worse road for 5-10 years or so. Really quickly, miscellaneous. There's a couple of things about this. This doesn't apply to localized repairs. So if there's a little valve that breaks, it's a little 4x4 thing they need to dig out, they don't have to come back in and resurface or overlay the whole road. They do need to do a good repair. They need to make sure it's in good shape. But having a brand new road section for a small section, it kind of recognizes that. It also has other considerations, things like the ones listed here, that sometimes things happen and you can't control. And we don't want to be in the way of you maintaining these things under these unusual conditions, things like emergencies or if there's an essential service. We're not going to stop you from providing core water service to your providers, for example. Again, we think there's a lot of benefits to the public. We think that the work they do has a significant impact, and that we're holding them to responsible for work they do. We have, again, with the exception of the CCWD comment, we've heard a couple of informal comments, nothing else formal. We've heard 2 major complaints. One was that the cost is too much. This is just, it's too much upfront cost. The argument to that would be we think there's value in work doing right the first time. And again, I hope I'm not coming off as beating up on people. A lot of people do really good work, and this is the relationship goes well. This really is more on the work that doesn't go right. We think doing it right the first time reduces maintenance costs, not only by our crews, but also by the utility over time. We think overall it reduces overall costs. And we think that if we're continuing to do work on things caused by improper construction methods, we think we're subsidizing that work. And so this reality kind of shifts the burden. It shifts that subsidy back to the utility company, doesn't have the county and the taxpayers paying to maintain those services. The other complaint we've heard informally is that the standards are too reasonable or too difficult to meet. As I mentioned, the vast majority of these are consistent, are current standards. A few of them we've actually relaxed a little bit. A lot of these are pretty consistent with other jurisdictions, not just urban and suburban. A lot of rural jurisdictions have a lot of the same standards. As a matter of fact, this document, we don't create much originally. We like to copy off other good examples. These jurisdictions, it's kind of a mix, some rural, some more urban. All of them have some version of this exact same document. It's been doctored and to reflect recommendations to you, but again, highlighting this isn't a new one-off thing. This is something that a lot of agencies do. And again, we think we're holding them to a higher but more reasonable standard. 1 or 2 more slides, and then I'll be done here. Really quick, I do want to highlight the county we need to continue to be a good partner. This is a partnership. This is not a boss and subordinate sort of thing. We need to continue to have coordination meetings, continue to work with our partners. One of our things we need to do is we need to let our partners know when we're doing work. If they see us out there next year paving a road and then we tell them they can't do work on it, and we haven't told them that we're doing that, we failed in our job. So whether it's through our capital improvement program, whether it's through these coordination meetings, we need to be proactive, letting them know when we're scheduling work so that they have time to program it in their respective schedules. We also need to coordinate our schedules. Sometimes they may have work that's scheduled in July and we have work that's scheduled in July. Maybe we take that opportunity to move our work back a month or 2 so that allows them time to perform that work. So part of this thing too is to recognize that this is a collaborative process. It's not the county way or the highway sort of thing. It continues to remain a partnership. Really quick, what this policy doesn't include, when folks follow policies, whether our current one or if the board adopts a version of this, that works great. When folks don't follow that, it can be more difficult. We don't have a lot of tools to kind of make sure we keep folks kind of following, the policies. In some unique ways, it actually incentivizes some bad behavior. I'm just recognizing that today. If there is dialogue interested on the board, today is probably not the appropriate time, but we could certainly bring that back to the board at some point later and resolve those concerns separately. And then at the end, again, I appreciate your patience. This is a unique asset. We think that this is a first draft, an attempt to better protect roads. Again, as your Public Works Director, I'm very focused on roads. I want to make sure they're safe. I want to make sure they're maintained well. We think that it holds our partners accountable. We think they're firm, but we also think they're reasonable standards. We do provide options. We do have some flexibility. We've talked a little bit about that. And we think this hopefully continues this new era of collaboration and partnership with our utilities and our partners out in the field. There's no action today. Again, I want to highlight this is a draft. We'll be looking for feedback from you, from the public, utilities, and then based on feedback today, we'll take our next actions, whether that's an update to policy and bring it back this summer, whether it's a revised draft. And the last thing I want to highlight before the end here is that the anticipation was that we would do, if the board does give us direction to move forward with a revised policy, the plan all along has been to release a second draft and then provide additional comments and feedback, and then a period after that time that we would come back to the board for formal adoption. A little bit similar to an EIR or negative declaration process where there is opportunity for feedback. We would incorporate that feedback into a revised version. So there's never been a process or policy trying to short circuit the utility providers. As I mentioned, the fact that this is a workshop, a draft, our goal has been to engage with them and get honest and forthright feedback so that we can mend our policy to meet the needs of you and our community, the utility providers in the county. Again, I appreciate your patience. That's all I have right now, and I'm available to answer questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Josh. I sincerely appreciate the work that you've put into this, and I think there's always going to be inherent tension between providers of utilities and roads. They're trying to protect their assets as we're trying to protect our asset. It belongs to all our community as well, so that's something we'll work on together. But let's get questions to the board. Supervisor Stopper?
A few things. I guess you didn't get forward also, the Volcano Communication sent out a thing also. You are now being provided it. It does say one part in here that I would possibly, with the support of the board, like to give you some more direction on. They believe that the best path forward would be for Public Works to set up a workshop and encourage the utilities within the county to participate. And I think they're talking about a more open discussion where you can sit down, work through the nitty-gritty, find best practices that work for everyone as a whole, possibly, so that you can get all the stakeholders in on it, and then possibly get over some of these hurdles. Because I've talked to Alpine Gas, and of course I've talked to CCWD, Murphy Sanitary. I talked to Mr. Murphy that was here today, and he fully supports the comments that CCWD had put in also. So when you're considering these things, I think that would be a good way to do outreach between them all, and that way they could have the time to work through some of these issues that maybe you can all come to a consensus on. Because I think everyone that I've talked to would like to work with the county to better everything as a whole, everyone together. So I think that, I would love for the board to support me on giving you some direction as to how that workshop works. And I appreciate that this is a draft and it's a work in progress, and I understand that it's fluid. Just a few concerns when I read through it. Some of the wording, as it's put down. Authority to enforce. The authority to enforce this policy shall be granted to the Director of Public Works of the County of Calaveras, or his/her designee. I'm fine with you with that. I trust you. We don't know what the future holds for us. Maybe something a little more explicit on how that's going to be, whether who that designee could be. Well, I know you want to appoint a janitor out of the field to it, sir, but something a little more explicit for the future, in case in case in 5 years you aren't here and someone goes sideways with that type of authority. Another thing to that, on 4.2, when required by the Director of Public Works, haul route approval shall be obtained for beginning work. This all comes to the haul routes. I think that leaves too much leeway for the future. I trust you in your decision-making process, Mr. Pack, but again, 7 years from now, I'm not sure who's there, how they would delegate that. The way it's written, they can pick and choose who they want, and I would like everyone held to the same standard. When you brought up, let me go down to trenching. The slurry that you talked about. For general purposes and everything, I'm very aware of the compaction rate, and I do, and it not being up to specified. My district's roads aren't a mess in the CSA 1. And that's primarily because of a lot of the water leaks that have been done down there, and a lot of the other trenching by other entities and so on. In a few instances, some of the repairs have fell on the wayside by our own county in the past. I think everyone holds a small amount of that responsibility, some more than others. But the slurry thing can be problematic, because when you're asking for, I understand that that's permanent, but when it comes to access for repairs in the future, if things go south, sometimes even if you follow these explicit construction methods to the best and do the best job you can do it, materials fail. And that type of slurry thing can make things pretty inaccessible and a lot bigger a mess when we need to get back into it. So maybe going over during this workshop, if we give that and possibly finding other best methods, other than the slurry. That also imposes the problem all native soil would have to be shipped out, because when you fill that hole back up with slurry, all the native soil that came out has to go somewhere. Now, generally, you want to put so much sand over a pipe, but let's say, because you don't want the rocks from the native soil going down. But also direction. When Public Works does repairs during the winter, the problems with asphalt and compaction. Not the best time to find your best compaction and put down your asphalt. Maybe a direction to all these other utilities. Hey, best practice in temporary fixes for the winter, get us through, and then get to the best compaction rate and the best type of asphalt we can put down during the summer, and wait to do the final fix till the summer when we can actually get compaction rates. So we all know what wet soil does. It expands and contracts. So, and even when you put in slurry, it's going to contract on the sides of the slurry, and that's where you can see cracking on the sides of a well-done trench. So I think, and I could go on. I think there's a lot of good stuff here. I think I completely support, the dig once policy. I think that it's a work in progress, and I think you should get together with all the stakeholders and hold a workshop, because this could significantly impact costs on new development also when they're putting in roads, because some of these standards they'll be held to when they're putting in the new roads, and I don't want to over-incur certain expenses in certain areas when we don't have to, and chase away new development when it can be at.
I appreciate that. Really quick to hit on a couple of items you requested. I think you have really good ideas. And again, I want to highlight the fact this is really a first draft. And it's a little bit of the chicken and the egg. Do I go to the workshop first and then bring it to you. I know this was really pushed by the board, so the policy to come here, get that initial direction, and then I appreciate that. It's great feedback. Really quick, the authority to enforce, that usually includes like public works inspectors. Like, the folks out there inspecting the work need to have the authority to do the enforcement. So that's what that means. Maybe we can look at some wordsmithing to get that language a little clearer, but that's really the course of that, whether it's public works inspectors, whether it's myself, whether it's a deputy that sees an issue, that folks have the authority to come in and actually stop something that's unsafe before it gets worse. But that's kind of the guise behind that, but we'll look at that, and other comments are received and appreciated.
Supervisor Mills?
Yes, Josh, this is a great first start for a rough draft. In terms of feedback, you can take and push something out, and then they send you a response, and you push something else out and get another response. I think it'd be far more beneficial now that you have a rough draft here to go face-to-face with the entire group. And then there's going to be moments where somebody's going to have an aha, and then they're going to ask another question nobody thought of, and one thing will lead to another, and I'm sure it'll resolve much more quickly. So by the time you get to a second draft, everybody's pretty much on the same page and understanding what it is they're trying to accomplish. I want to go back over to 7.1 in your section there, talking about 20% of laterals shall be tested independently of the main line. I can tell you, doing federal work, that you want to have that as random. In other words, the person doing the work should not have the ability to pick and choose the spots. Okay? Because I know that they do that if you don't say it. Secondly, in 5.2, you talk about an asphalt spec, but you know full well, and so do I, that the type of asphalt that you would use has to be somewhat compatible with the asphalt that's existing. So there, and time of year, temperature, there's a lot of things just to put in one asphaltic spec in 5.2. I think that should literally be left to your discretion or your decision as to what would be the best mix given the season of the year and the type of asphalt that's existing in that location, and that they do need to pre-oil it. Okay. You don't notice, I didn't notice that in anything of what you said here. You talked about a T-cut and saw cuts. The idea of them coming in and just scarfing out a section and throwing down fresh asphalt, everyth's got to be saw cut. If you don't have a straight line to work with, all it's going to do is just tear itself up in time. We do have some sections of this county, and I can take you to a street that I know personally, where the asphalt depth is exceeding 18 inches. So if you're telling me that they got to put back 18 inches of asphalt because they're having to repair a water line, that might be a little bit of an unreasonable concept. So I don't know where that's listed in there. And this, I think, would be helpful, too, with the non-county maintained roads. And I've got Poker Flat, which is an HOA. It has maintenance of its own roads. If they could see what we're doing and try to apply that into their own rules, I think it would be very helpful to them as well to kind of get some uniformity in spec. And then also, just having been through this, I don't see any listing here on max deviation. In other words, we had to warrant any cuts in a roadway to a 1/4 inch max deviation in any 12-month period. Anything less or more than that, it had to be warranted. You had to come back and you had to relay it if it was out of spec. So something about deviation should be in this grouping. And that's all I have for you for now. Oh, by the way, this was discussed 18 months ago at the Highway 4 working group workshop, and the former director came to that workshop, discussed with all of the utilities along Highway 4 what this would look like. So this should not come as a surprise to anybody who is a utility on Highway 4.
These are fantastic feedback. I appreciate that. And I think there's a few of these that are actually maybe highlighted in our Muni code, and so I'll make sure those get incorporated. I will say the one thing on the asphalt use, we can certainly provide that flexibility. I actually have my crew, my inspectors, call the asphalt plants in town and ask for their specific type of mix. So this particular identified type of AC, asphalt concrete, was specified because the local plants have that in stock. That's they're pumping out. So, but I have no issues with the or equal or others. And I agree with you. Maybe something a little more, or maybe or as approved by the director or something like that gives them some flexibility. That if there's that need to be flexible.
Yes, a good example of that is that you go over the bridge here going towards Angels Camp, and they've got concrete on the bridge. And what happens is you can get a very hard edge on asphalt and a very soft edge beside it. Something's got to give.
Yep.
So we want to be sure that there's a compatibility in the asphalt laying that's in there now versus what they lay in the future. So it might require them to be spec'd exactly what you're looking for to ensure that the surfaces have the same density.
That's great feedback. That's great feedback. Thank you.
Expansion joints might be another option.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's great feedback. Thank you.
Okay.
Josh, I've got just a couple ones. One is I'm just concerned about, you have exceptions, legislative exception. We have to be very careful because that's very broad. Obviously, water conservation, for example, is always going to be a legislative issue trying to conserve water. Providing broadband, always going to be a legislative issue. I don't want us to just start declaring everything an emergency, and therefore none of these rules apply. Was that on your list too, Gary? So, and also I want to make sure that, under cases of emergency, as Supervisor Stopper put out, obviously there are issues in wintertime, which is not the best time to do an overlay or do repairs, but in my business, it's often, if there's an emergency, you're the top priority. Second that emergency is fixed, it's no longer your priority. So I want to make sure there's some accountability that they do come back and do that. And I'm not sure how you put some teeth to some of these things because there are no penalties, but it's something to consider. Once they fix the problem, it's no longer their problem. The road becomes ours. I just want to make really clear that, obviously our utilities writ large would love to do things in such a way that doesn't cost them a lot of money. But we have a responsibility to maintain county assets, and our roads are one of our greatest assets. And we put a lot of money into these roads and a lot of effort, and so we have to protect those. So there's got to be a balance that's going to be struck between their responsibility to their customers and their business and our responsibility to our citizens who pay for these roads. So, that would be a guiding thing I'd like to do, but just really watch out for if everything becomes an exception, then there is no rule.
That's a great feedback. And again, as I mentioned previously, this is an example of this document's been taken from other jurisdictions. So, but that's the reason why we come to you with a draft. I don't take off the shelf and go, here you go, sign it. This is an opportunity where there's something there that may be applicable to some agencies and not necessarily to us. So it's again, great feedback.
And you're protecting our asset as a community, and we have to approach it as that. Working with partners, obviously, but, we have to do it correctly. Gary?
Yeah, hey, Josh, going to 1.8, where you have it's permit possession. Right now, it's my understanding, I believe, that there's certain utility companies that have standing permits. Are we going away from that now? Every time they want to dig in the road, they have to go through this process of turning in plans, what they're going to do, get a permit for it, get it stamped? No.
No.
So we're going to see, okay.
Yeah, and we call that the blanket permit, and so they have, and that's for repairs. That, again, is one of the issues we struggle with is it's supposed to be for routine repairs. So if you go out and you have a valve leak, you can go do that, but a lot of times we get, and a lot of partners are really good about that. We have some that think that that's for everything, and so you're out there doing a 5-mile water line, or water's not a good example, any work, that's a struggle. But yes, this would not get rid of the blanket encroachment permit process. That would still remain in place, and we appreciate that there's a lot of work. Getting a permit every time you do that doesn't make sense, but at the same time, you need to inform us and let us know you're doing the work. And that's a lot of issues with the blanket permits is folks will go do work and not tell us. And so then we're 2 months later, we see the repair, we didn't even know it happened, and it's not done correctly. And so that's one of the issues as well is that piece of knowing when it's happening, getting that word, and then, how do we hold our partners accountable when that's not happening?
And that being said, you're correct, because we do have standards on how they are supposed to replace when they do something. If it's in the middle of the road, they have to go to the closest, all the way 4 foot wide, or whatever it is, all the way to the shoulder, replace it all out. and compact it down and all of that. And sometimes because they have these blanket permits, they're in a hurry, they get away from that, and you don't find out about it until somebody calls in saying, hey, there's a huge sunken part of my road. Come fix it.
Yeah, and I'll give you an example. I put a picture in here. I wasn't going to show it to you, but I'll show it to you.
But it's in there anyway.
That's an example, and again, there's no name on it, so it's not water, so, or, I'm saying that. So this was work that was being done on Mountain Ranch Road, one of our busiest roads. This was part of a blanket permit that we didn't know they were doing work. And so there was no traffic control. They had their boom literally across the road. They were dropping branches in the middle of the road. They weren't controlling traffic. I mean, this is, I'd love to say this is the exception, but this is not the exception. This happens, far more frequently than you think, especially with tree mortality, and this is a public hazard. And so the only time we find out, and the only tool we have is to revoke the blanket permit, and that's a pretty egregious, that's a pretty big step, but it's really right now of the toolbox we have, the only tool we have, and this is especially tough, and again, kind of going down a path here. This is a sub to PG&E. So PG&E doesn't even know that their sub's doing the work, and you're trying to contact them, and they're telling them they're PG&E. You talk to people, they don't know the work's going on. It's just some of the daily struggles we deal with, dealing with these sort of things. And like I said, I want to highlight there's a lot of good partners out there. We're focusing on the bad ones, but there's a lot of people that do good work, and we're very good partners, and we're appreciative of their efforts. But just an example of some of the hijinks that goes on out on our county roads.
You might want to think about that.
That being said, going to 7.3, which is test reports, and you're asking for a registered California civil geotechnical engineer or testing laboratory in accordance with state of California requirements. If we have these blanket permits and they're doing this work, you're asking for the test report to be submitted to the county for the compaction tests. And I'm in agreement with Dennis, because on any construction pad, randomly the inspector goes, it's not the general contractor saying, do this here and over there. It's a random thing, and that's the way it needs to be, is random, where the laboratory is taking the test samples from. So that blanket, how are we going to enforce this if it's going to be under the blanket permit, and there's a section of road that they've cut out, say 8 foot long and all the way to the center of the road coming back to prevent?
Yeah, and so right now, and this doesn't really, I talked to enforcement's a little bit of a different tool. Right now, technically, if a blanket goes out and they go and do emergency work and they go do the repairs, we're allowed to ask them right now under the current permit process to ask them for their compaction. If they don't have it or they don't provide it, we do have the authority to require them to dig that out and repair it in kind. That is really difficult. And you want to talk about pushback? They fight that kicking and screaming every single time, and it's very, very difficult to enforce, because the only tool we have right now is that blanket permit revocation. And so without any sort of middle ground of tools from do what you want to like nuclear option, there just isn't a lot of options for us in the middle ground to kind of get them on the path to enforcement. And so it's a struggle we deal with every single day. I can tell our guys, and Ben talked about culpability on all sides. We could do a better job at educating and enforcing. I've directed my staff to be more direct in asking them for this information. So I totally agree. Totally.
Yeah, I think this needs to be part of the discussion if we're going to have this room meeting, that we discuss that, especially under blanket permits.
Okay.
And being able to show that they have conformed to what the documents are calling for them to do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any, Ben, do you have another statement? No? Public comment on this item?
Yeah, just on a few things, because I have kind of an extensive background in compaction testing, and I've done a lot on trenches and roadways. I probably won't be able to get through all these in 3 minutes, but one of the things brought up about slurry, using a slurry is not that hard to dig out if it's done right. It's a sand slurry. It doesn't have that much of a compressive strength to it, but it's very useful, especially around manholes or water valves or any of those areas on a roadway. That's almost impossible to compact it with equipment. Sand slurry is the best way to go on that. Another thing was brought up is winter. If you have to do road work in the winter, extensive road work, large area, that can be done. You can either lime treat or use soil cement to dry the soil. They put cement in it. And I did a lot of work on the roads in Castle Oaks and Ione, and they put roads in the middle of winter, came in, lime treated it. I mean, you had mud. By the end of the day, we had hard rock, and they were ready to put asphalt on it. So there are ways to get around that in the wintertime, and all those options are open. But I agree that, if you can dig once, that's the best policy, because I've never understood, did a lot of commuting, working for different engineering firms, and I always wondered why I'm driving over these roads, and they're highways, and they're paving them, and it's beautiful, and for about a month you're driving on brand new pavement, and then I come back and they've got it all blocked off again because they're digging a trench down the brand new pavement. Never the same again. I know there's probably good reasons for that, or maybe good reasons, I don't know. Maybe they didn't alert somebody that they had to get a line in before they did, but it's a good policy. It's not always possible, but great policy if you can get all the digging done and then put the surface down. You're going to have a lot less problems. Just got through that. Thank you.
Well, what's OE3 say about it?
I'm Will Moore from Rancho Calaveras, and most of your presentation was about backfilling trenches, but my comments are more about enforcement. Referring back to some of what Supervisor Stopper raised is the pipelines, water lines. I live in Rancho Calaveras, and I've watched crews trying to repair some of those leaks, and whoever put those pipes in the first place never put any bedding in the trenches. They're just put in there on rocky ground and backfilled with rubble. Well, the inspectors were either on the side of the contractors or were ignorant or had no power of enforcement. And, I know an even worse case. I drove I-10 from Florida to L.A. And here and there along that road, that's a 6-inch lift concrete road, and there are miles of it that are all broken up out in Arizona and New Mexico. Well, you think in that dry climate and hard ground, those roads would be permanent forever. So apparently they were cheating on the water and didn't get the subgrade compacted. And now that it's covered with concrete, you can't go back and fix the subgrade. And it's over enforcement. So anyhow, my comments about enforcement. Anyhow, Calaveras has had a reputation for years, as being out of sight and out of mind. No building codes and no enforcement of what codes they have. So you're dealing with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Seeing none, bring it back to the board. Any final questions? Supervisor Stopper?
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff just put down in bedrock down there during the 70s and 80s. And there's a lot of infrastructure that's degrading now that the company sold the pipes and have gone bankrupt, and they are not there to warranty what got put in the ground. So, it's exponential, and it's going to continue costing the county unless we start getting a cooperative from top to bottom, left to right, with everyone together so we can start working together, because those utilities also have ratepayers and taxpayers underneath them that we all serve together. So I think it's best if we come to a reasonable conclusion when we do the Dig Once policy so that everyone can continue to succeed, because we're all, you succeed, they succeed, we all succeed. And the other thing, I just want to ask the board if they do support putting forward the workshop. And
Well, I thought that's what I heard, Mr.
I think we're all on the same page.
Yeah,
right?
so let me propose some actions. So for your consideration, I think the direction I'm hearing here is we'll take the comments you provided. We'll look at the comments from the partners that have provided those in the last couple of days. We'll prepare a revised document, and then we'll bring this. I think one opportunity is our next utility coordination meeting may be a good opportunity to schedule this. Again, give them advance time to take a look at it, come with their comments and feedback. We could go through that in depth and detail. Of course, there might be some things we agree to disagree on, but see if we can come to an agreement on as many things as possible. Based on that common interaction, we'll revise it again, introduce a draft copy to them, and then schedule that for the board. That'll probably be a little later than I anticipated. I would guess that would be late summer, early fall. But I think if the board's amenable to that, that sounds like a reasonable path. Public Works can certainly begin that immediately.
I also want to say thank you, Josh. You've done a great job on putting this together. We all realize it is the first draft and everything. So, you know, when we're making our comments, we just appreciate the work you're putting in and moving forward and getting something like this done, because it needs to be done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Josh. I'll echo Supervisor Stopper's comments. And as public comment said, there have been times and rules have not been overly well enforced. And so doing this right now will make sure our kids and grandkids will still have these roads. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks.
All right. Anybody need a 5-minute break? 5 minutes. There we go. Welcome back. Hope everybody had a good break. This is our last item of the day. It is agenda item 35. Robin?
Item 35, Clerk of the Board of Supervisors, appointment of applicants to serve on various committees, commissions, advisory boards, and county service areas.
Thank you. We have 4 items before us. The first 3, Fish and Game Commission, Library Commission, Parks and Rec Commission, have the same number of applicants as vacancies. Is there any objection to taking, and then the Planning Commission is a little separate. Is there any objection to taking on those first 3 as a group? No objection? Okay. So any discussion about the Fish and Game Commission, Library Commission, or Parks and Rec Commission? Seeing none, we'll have a public comment on those 3 different appointments. Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. Is there a discussion or motion?
I'll move it that we appoint each of those as stated.
I'll second.
Second, moved by Supervisor Stopper, second by Supervisor Toffenali. This is for the Fish and Game Commission appointments, the Library Commission, and the Park and Recreation Commission as stated in the agenda item. I'll call the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. The next item was Planning Commissions for District 1.
And Mr. Chair, if I can, I'd like to remove this item for today's date and postpone it and bring it back at sometime in June, either the first meeting in June, hopefully. I have some issues that I have to discuss with Megan on this, and I need some time to discuss it with her and get it straightened out.
Certainly. Is there any objections?
Do you have an open seat, or is your commissioner still here?
We have an open seat right now.
Okay. Any objections?
No.
Seeing none, we will postpone this to a date to be determined. We'll have a poll of the board to do that.
Yes.
Is that correct, or do we need a vote, Counselor?
Yes.
Generally, it's in the system, I believe that it requires a vote for the system, but it's just continuing the item.
It's continuing the item.
So we'll have a poll to continue it. Supervisor Toffenali?
Yes.
Supervisor Stopper?
Yes, or I, whichever Megan wants.
Supervisor Miller?
Yes.
Supervisor Callaway? I am a yes also. So this is postponed to a date to be determined.
Can we have public comment, please?
Yes. We can have public comment on this item. Well, actually, do we do public comment on this? It's an agenda item. You sure? Okay.
Joyce Tekel, I'd like to know what effect this will have on the review of the general plan moving forward, because we're sitting there with an empty seat. And I feel from observing the earlier meetings, it's already kind of affected those meetings and what they could do and couldn't do, and I'd just like to know what effect it will have. Thank you.
The public comment?
Yeah, just to add on to what Joyce just said, it has in fact made a significant difference at the PC meetings. If anybody's been watching, they have been only kind of polling and delaying and waiting until tomorrow to consider anything and reopening general public comment because they didn't have a full commission and they wanted one before they moved ahead. And I would like to know also what effect that will have on the general plan moving forward, and if the commission is free to act on it with just 4 commissioners. Thanks.
I believe that the buck stops at the chairs, the chair, and I do not like the way this has gone. A whole bunch of people in District 1 are not represented on the Planning Commission, and I ditto what Joyce said, and it's just not fair not to be represented. And now they've gone through a whole lot of information and decided the wording and the shall or the may type of thing. And District 1 has had no representation. And now they're talking about changing the zoning from what's out on this map out here to something else. And I'm here to tell you that I do not approve of that at all.
Good afternoon. I would, having been at the planning meetings, would echo the same sentiment that votes are not being cast and therefore nothing really is getting done. They've gone through a lot of language, but there has been no input from anyone with Mr. former Commissioner Pacelli gone. I think we all know how important the general plan is, and to get that done, we really need someone sitting there so that the votes can be cast. Or, I guess as Tom suggested, if you guys could come to agreement to allow them to make choices without someone sitting there. June seems, the end of June, it's a whole nother delay that seems unnecessary. But I understand the dynamics of the situation, so I just want to say that it would be great to get some decision-making happening there again. Thank you.
If you intend to do public comment, if you could please stand up and no more than 5 at a time. Otherwise, I'll assume this is the last public speaker.
I'm not sure I do understand the dynamics of the situation, and I would like to. And a couple of questions have been made, and I don't know whether they will be answered here or just left up in the air for us. I do know that the Planning Commission affects not only District 1, it affects all the districts. And it has been my understanding that while it's the custom for a particular supervisor to appoint someone for that district and for the others to rubber stamp it, my understanding is that's not the way it has to be done legally. And I'm wondering if the supervisors who do know what they want to do would be willing to go ahead and appoint a supervisor. And if so, I would like to have it be a supervisor who will take into account the broad needs of people across this county and be able to work with other people on the commission to come up with a general plan that is well thought out enough that the supervisors can easily vote on it, rather than have a general plan that is characterized by the divisions that we have been experiencing over the last few years, which would be taken further into conceivable suits, because many counties apparently have lots of suits when they don't carefully think out their general plan. It seems really important to have a group of people on the commission who can work together and look at the welfare of the county as a whole and come up with a general plan that is internally consistent enough and consistent enough with California law that it doesn't need to be challenged later.
Seeing no other people lining up, you'll be our final speaker.
Hi, Susan Morse. I just wanted to state that it's my understanding, and which I think this previous lady did say that the supervisors each select or nominate their commissioner. And throughout the last 2 years that I've been coming here and attending planning commission meetings, I think that's pretty much happened. Obviously, if a supervisor has questions that needs to be dealt with that arose, I would ask each of you to accommodate those questions and maybe set this issue as soon as possible, but not allow him to have this dealt with. And we all need the general plan, that's true, but we also have have policies and things that have to be done. And I think that each one of you should have your ability, your questions, answers, and your ability to select your planning commissioners, like I think most of you others have done that. So that's all. Thank you.
Seriously, if anybody wants to talk, please stand up in the back so I know how many people are coming up next.
I'm not going to stand up. I want to talk.
You have an excuse. Here, Claire, you can raise your hand. We'll get you. Shirley?
I just have one really quick question. When you guys do bring the commissioner thing back up next month, is this going to be open for public comment at that time?
Everything that's on the agenda is open.
Okay, thank you.
I probably shouldn't say I'm not surprised. This is classic for Supervisor Tofanelli. He's always doing end runs. There's 29 people here that want to speak today. He wants to cut everybody out. I don't get it. We had the same problem when he unfortunately got elected as the chair last year. I will never, ever trust you, Gary. Never, ever again.
I'm going to ask that everybody who gives public comment remain civil. I do not want to start pounding the gavel. Excuse me, George, please. Sir?
Thank you. Hello, my name's Alan Brumbaugh. I'm co-founder of Bar 20 Property Owners Watchdog. And I'd like to first off actually commend Rebecca and the elections department for fine, outstanding work that they did with the Appaloosa Community Service District's election. I am here today, I don't know if I must have missed something, but I'm here today to discuss Resolution 2018-03.
Excuse me, sir, does this have to do with the Planning Commission appointment?
No, I don't believe so.
That's what we're having public comment on at this point.
Oh, okay. Well, then, did I miss the one that I was supposed to?
I believe you did. Is that the beginning of the meeting?
It was at the beginning of the meeting?
Yes, sir, public comment. Item's not on the agenda. Excuse me, it was a part of the consent item.
Oh.
Approving the...
Can I finish my public comment?
I'll be happy to talk to you after this meeting.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
I realize again, and correct me if I'm wrong, that Mike Falvey, District 2, that each individual supervisor has one of the privileges, rights, one of their parts of their job is appointing a planning commissioner when it becomes needed, correct? And then it's up for approval by the rest of the board, and the public gets to chime in. What I when I first saw this, and I'm not gonna throw names around, but I don't know how much thought was put into this process by Supervisor Tofinelli, or if he just wanted to rile up a certain individual group of people, or for the life of me, I can't figure out what you were thinking, or if you were thinking. I don't know if you saw things that were said by an individual who you have nominated over the past 3 years. I've seen them over and over and over again. Divisive, rude, negative comments about some very hardworking people in this county. I saw you as the chairman allow it to happen, allow it to be said at this podium. Again, I don't want to throw a lot of mud out, but you need to reconsider what you're doing, who you are nominating. This county needs to come together, not be split farther apart.
Thank you. Seeing no further public comment, we've already voted on this. Anybody want to reconsider? Or Supervisor Stopper, you got something you want to say?
Just to some of the public comments, I do think that every district should be represented during the process. That way we have a consensus of the entire county. There is a quorum right now with the commission, so they can make decisions. Do you want to speak to any of it, Peter?
I think we're getting off subject.
Okay. Okay.
That's not an
it.
agenda item.
All right. Sorry. Apologize.
Okay, that item is closed. We'll move on to supervisor announcements.
Supervisor announcements. In compliance with AB 1234, chaptered as Government Code Section 53232.3D, board members shall provide brief reports on meetings they attended at the expense of the local agency at the next regular meeting of the legislative body. This report is required to include meetings attended for which there has been expense reimbursement, mileage, meals, lodging, etc., but may also, at the board member's discretion, include any other meeting attended by the supervisor on behalf of the county.
Supervisor Tofinelli? Sorry, we'll just go down the row.
I have nothing to report.
Supervisor Stopper?
I'm good.
Supervisor Mills?
Last Thursday, Foothill Fire Safe Council, we had the number 2 person in CAL FIRE there to explain exactly why the majority of the grant money that was set aside for fuel reduction projects suddenly went away and ended up back in CAL FIRE's hands. They have created a special fuel task force, which will be in Calaveras County beginning June 10th for 10 days, and their sole purpose will be to reduce fuel hazards around private property. So it's a specially designed task force that they are not trained to be firefighters. They're not trained to do any fire work, so they will not be called if there's a fire incident that comes up. They're strictly foresters. So it's a new technique, but we needed to understand better why. We had received a total of $3 million in 6 grants in the last go-around, and suddenly we got nothing, and it's what happened. So this is just to keep that whole process of fuel reduction going in Calaveras County. And very, very appreciative of CAL FIRE for coming and getting their feet put to the fire and answering the questions and being honest with us about what's going on. So when we do apply for grants in the future, we're doing it right. But we came out of this with one other thing, and that is a possibility, as many people know about HMPs, hazard mitigation plans, is that we put together a singular document on fuel and forestry. And that when they provide a grant to the state, that they can take the singular book, the singular platform, and apply it. It includes the GIS layering and all of the other necessary elements that need to be there. So they don't have to build it every time for a specific grant opportunity. So that's just something that came out of that meeting last Thursday. I think, that sometimes it's in controversy that you get the best job done. And I think that's one of those that everybody's starting to work together and get on the same page. So that's the only thing I have for you.
Thank you, Supervisors. Supervisor
What's her
Callaway.
name?
Callaway.
Um,
Took me a second.
Yeah, I noticed.
Huh?
Monday, I'll be in Sacramento for the Emergency Management Preparedness Summit. That's all.
Thank you. I have nothing required to report. Staff? No? Madam Clerk? Very well. This meeting stands adjourned.